a recess meeting to order where we originally recessed January 17th, then the 24th, then January 25th, then January 31st, and today is February 2nd at 1 o'clock, right? 1 p.m. And our first person department is Larry from Veteran Services to get us started today. So Larry, we'll just turn it over to you, and then we'll have some questions, answers back and forth at the end if you like, or whatever information you want to get to us.
Okay, well, it's a pleasure to be here. It's good to meet the new members of the board, and I do appreciate the opportunity. I have provided a handout with what I would call a very high-level overview of what Veteran Services does and my mission, and a look toward the future. Of course, the mission, I simplicity put in there, ensure that veterans and other eligible individuals receive the VA benefits they are entitled to. If I tried to list all the benefits individually, it would really take a lot of paper up, because the VA is a very, they do have a very large offering of benefits, and it does depend on a lot of factors: the veteran's service, the period in which they served, because of and recent changes to the law that are constantly, any veteran service officer that's doing his job has to be on top of all the changes in the law, because it seems like the last 5 years have just been one change after the other, most of them for the good. And recently, the new PAC Act that you probably heard about, that was passed this past August, has certainly had a major impact all across the veteran population.
What is that, Hatch Act, you said?
PAC Act,
PACT.
P-A-C-T.
Okay, I don't know about that, so we're going to, if, like we did the other day, we'll just ask questions as we go, so if that's all right with you.
Well, I would invite anyone who's interested in knowing about the PAC Act, because it does have a lot of information. If you're a veteran, or if you have friends or relatives, you can go to va.gov, PAC, P-A-C-T, and it will bring up the information, and you can read over it. It was primarily started out to design to help the veterans post a Gulf War and post 9/11 with burn pit toxic exposures. However, as it made its way through the Congress, it also included lots of changes that affected veterans all the way back to the Vietnam era, and did have implications for the Camp Lejeune toxic water situation. So all in all, what this has done is created a real deluge of new claims being filed, not only here in Stokes County, but all across the nation, because this has impacted a huge number of veterans. It's really been a great thing. I guess it can be confusing. One of the more confusing things is that concerning the Camp Lejeune water, it opened up so individuals and veterans, even if they have claims before the VA, can actually go to a private attorney and actually sue the United States government over injuries that were a result of them having been at Camp Lejeune during that period of time from 1953 to 1987. So that's the reason you're seeing a lot of these ads on TV by lawyers now in Camp Lejeune, because it basically opened the door for a lot of lawsuits. There are presumptives, meaning the VA considers certain diseases to have a likelihood of being caused by the water, and if that veteran had served 30 days or longer at Camp Lejeune, then if they can file, and probably will win it because it is a presumptive, they can prove their service and they have a diagnosis, and the VA really has no choice except to grant service connection and rate it based on the degree of disability that the veteran is dealing with. So to get back to more on track here, the mission is to make sure the veterans are eligible. Also, I use the term other eligible individuals. The other eligible individuals are most commonly surviving spouses of veterans who are deceased. Surviving spouses are entitled, in some cases, to a compensation benefit called DIC, or dependent indemnity compensation. This has to do with the veteran's death having been due to a service-connected reason or disability. The other is widow's pension. That is a needs-based program that requires service by the veteran during a designated period of war, and it does take into consideration the income and net worth of the individual. Also, there are some eligible children that are impacted by that, primarily those that were declared disabled by the Social Security Administration prior to age 18. So the mission is of ensuring that everyone who has entitlement is taken care of does require staying on top of what's going on with the VA and making sure that these people understand their rights. Now, we'll move on from there to function. A day in the life of a veteran service officer is never boring. But it is the kind of work that you learn to love because the rewards are immense. I, in the course of the day, answer numerous phone calls. People calling in to inquire about eligibility, follow up on an existing claim, let me know they've got a decision. They may also be calling in to make an appointment. I see a lot of first-time people now. It's unbelievable how many people in the course of a month that I see is new, even for a small county like this. It's constantly growing. So once we get our face-to-face meeting, our appointment scheduled, the veteran comes in, and then it's my job to actually file the claim and to secure online the actual VA forms that are current, because the VA has, in the last year, have started requiring that the proper forms be used. That was part of the Appeals Modernization Act that passed in 2019, I believe it was, or 2017. But it's been an evolving process. So my job is I need to get it on the right form to prevent delays. Because if I send in the wrong form, it's going to delay the veteran getting their benefits. So I have to be on top of that at all times. I have to make sure the veteran provides me with the information that the VA needs, which sometimes can be a challenge, especially when it comes to pension claims, because they require very detailed financial reports and that sort of thing. Also, I work with veterans through the whole process, and in an average, and I'll say average, and that's kind of a loose word in the VA world. I don't think there is anything like average. But the VA's objective is to try to get a claim done within 125 days of when it's filed. That may or may not happen, but they will eventually get it done. Once the claim is decided, I have to tell the veteran at the very start, contact me so we can go over it and make sure the VA decision is correct and that you're satisfied with it. At that point, we'll decide whether or not an appeal is necessary, or whether additional claims need to be filed. And the appeals process, like everything else in the VA, is complicated. I won't go into all the details, but it is a complicated process. It has to be done correctly, and there are time periods that have to be followed in order for that appeal to be valid. And not following and meeting those timelines can really be detrimental to the veteran, because it would mean that they would lose compensation that they might be entitled to. So I do my very best to avoid those kind of situations. The next bullet point I think we had was training. Now, in order to do the job of a veteran service officer in today's environment, in addition to what I put on here, you do need working computer skills to be able to use the computer to fill out the forms, print, copy and paste, do all those little things that we kind of take for granted. And then once that is done, we have to use the VA's dedicated systems to get this information to the correct VA office. This is thankfully, due to major changes in the VA over the last year or so, we do an electronic upload now. We no longer have to depend on mailing things, faxing things. Everything is electronic now, virtual. The virtual world we live in. So the training for this, as I've indicated here, to get this accreditation, usually takes a minimum of about 3 months, because there's really a lot to learn. You have to get through a 100-question test to even get the accreditation. And what the accreditation does, which is handled through the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, they're responsible for training the new service officers. We have a state service office out in Clemens, North Carolina. Barry West is the director, and it's his responsibility to make sure any new service officers in his district get the training needed to get their accreditation. Once you have your accreditation, then you can get the most important thing that you'll have as a veteran service officer, a chip card. This allows me to have access to the veterans or the VA's benefits system. And they don't give it to you lightly. You have to sign your life away, go down and get fingerprinted at the regional office, and they do run background checks on you and all that sort of stuff.
That's the same thing as a CAT card? Used to be called a CAT card.
Well, we call it a VIP card, but that's probably the same thing you're talking about.
Lets you into secure federal network, right?
Right, I'm in the secure federal network. And this is essential because the VA used to send out paper to everybody about when they do a decision, but there was always a time lag. The paperwork never got to you for sometimes weeks. And veterans would be calling in wanting information that you didn't have to share with them. So it just took a lot longer to do everything. Now I can go into VBMS. If it's a veteran that has representation through the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, I can pull up their claim in VA system and see everything they've done. In fact, I see letters before they even get to the veterans now. With a lot of veterans that have their own e-benefits hook up to the VA, will get a notification that something has happened. Well, e-benefits doesn't give the details, so they're immediately calling me to find out what's going on, or else money shows up in their bank account and they don't know why. They might know it's come from the VA, so that's saying, hey, I've won my claim. So they call me wanting to know if I can look a little deeper, and I can because of this wonderful tool that's in my toolbox. So that's the importance of this to the job. Literally, it would be impossible to do the job of a veteran service officer if you didn't have accreditation, which in turn gives you to get one of these so that you can access the network. In addition to the initial training, we are required to have a minimum of 16 hours of approved training, and that's approved by the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs and the VA, that we have to have every year to keep our accreditation. Most of us generally get far more hours than that, but you do have to have a minimum of 16. Most of this we can get through the annual conferences that are held for the veteran service officers. There's something called the North Carolina Association of County Veteran Service Officers. They were an approved organization to the VA, and they organize these training sessions along with the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. We usually do a joint conference. In fact, there's one coming up from March 13th to March 17th this year that I hopefully will get to go to. With the COVID pandemic, we didn't get any at all in 2020, and the ones we had in 2021 were they didn't do any of them either. So it was really last year before they really got back into it, and I didn't go to any of them last year because I had already got my necessary hours on with the online stuff, and so I just saved a budget for the one this spring here, because that is going to be an important. We'll get 15 of our credit hours during that session, so it will be worth going to. Now, I would point out at this point that the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs does provide the counties with at least somewhere between $2,000 and $2,500 annual appropriation, which whoever the finance director is, we just processed the one for this year. It was around $2,100 and some odd dollars that the county got. This money is appropriated by the North Carolina legislature for the purpose, and then it goes to the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs for the purpose of providing funding to the counties to defer the costs to the counties of the training. Like when I go down to, in this case, it's going to be at the Doubletree Inn at Salter Path. We usually get a good rate, so it usually turned out, looks like it's going to be like $78 a night, which is really a deal. But anyway, that $2,000 is there to help pay for that, the cost of the veteran service officer to go to that training, and mileage to cover their trip there and back, and some per diem for meals. So, and it also is intended to help out locally with equipment, like if I need to buy, for instance, a shredder or something like that, I would say that please show that as what we're spending that money for, because the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs does request that when the form is filled out to get to $2,000, they want to know kind of how that money is being spent. So there is some accountability to it. Any questions so far? Get me talking. I don't know.
I've got some, but I'll just save them till the end.
Okay.
Unless it's really burning on my question, then I'll ask.
Okay, I did mention here under the training block on the second page that I felt like the $200,000 is a little bit on the low side, considering the large number of veterans that we have in North Carolina. We have one of the higher populations in North Carolina, and a growing population. And I really think that the state legislature should be lobbied to try to increase that amount so the counties would have more money to support their veteran service officer program, which would hopefully allow for more time and be able to make more outreach to make the veterans aware of what is available. Because even by the VA's own estimation, only about a third of the veterans that are eligible ever come in and apply for benefits. And I certainly see that as being true, because I run into veterans very regularly who served in the Vietnam War. They have disabilities like diabetes, heart disease, that they could have been drawing benefits for quite a long time, at least since the 1990s and the first Agent Orange Act went through Congress. And they've never applied. Either they said, well, we didn't know we could get anything. And that would include things like VA health care. That is a biggie as well. So between the compensation, pension, and VA health care, that's a tremendous amount of expenditure going to these veterans by the VA.
Larry, do you know if the Veterans Association at the state, are they lobbying to increase that 200,000?
Yes, they do lobby it every year. So does the North Carolina Department of Military and Veterans Affairs. They have representatives that sit in on the legislative budget sessions to try to ask for more.
Okay.
It's been, it's usually an uphill push, so. But the fact that we're getting the $200,000 at least is a good start.
Yeah.
I'm gonna move over now to personnel turnover. In my department, Veteran Services, you're looking at the only employee. I'm it. As we were just speaking between us, I've been here 13 years. I'm not getting any younger, but I'm not quite ready to leave yet because I really, as I said, I really love this work and you get involved with it. Because when you start working with veterans, it's not one of these things where you file a claim and send it off and forget. It's kind of like a process where you get a decision and you may want to keep going, or if you get into appeals, you're talking 4 or 5 years or longer sometimes before you actually get to the end of the road with that veteran and they get what they're entitled to.
You either have 0 or 100% turnover, nothing in between, right?
Right at this point in time, that is pretty much the way it is, Mr. Morris. Okay, the next bullet point, the Forsyth Tech. I would say because of the nature of what we do, the biggest thing would be training in like computer skills for people that maybe didn't have that. And if they have some paralegal programs out there, and I'm not sure if they have anything along that lines. Because the one thing that I failed to mention here is that it helps to have, and if you don't have it to start with, you'll start getting more and more through the experience on drug training. You have to have knowledge of medical terminology and some understanding of systems of the bodily function, and paralegal, because everything that is done under the authority of Title 38 of the United States Code, and that is also codified in 38 CFR. That's really the go-to manual. If I want to know about how a rating was arrived at, and then to check it for right, I go to 38 CFR, whatever section pertains to the disability we're talking about. And then we have the M21 manuals too. So there's a lot of legal documentation that we have to learn to read and understand. And thankfully through our training, we get training on how to do that. So that's really essential.
When you talk about going for Forsyth Tech, are you talking about training for like you or somebody in your office, or are you talking about the clients getting training out there?
Just for the Veteran Service Office.
For this officer, okay, great.
Absolutely. And I'm saying that would be if the person is deficient in, say, computer skills, if they don't really know how to work with Word documents, Excel documents, and do those basic computer operations that's necessary to making this job happen.
Yeah.
But everything is now computer-based. The day of the hand-filled out forms are done, and long behind us. Next, in short and long-term goals. Since we have seen a growth in the number of veterans filing claims, and the projection is that's not going to change, it's probably going to continue. I work now 4 days a week. When I first started here, it was 3 days a week, and I think it was, about 4 years ago, we changed it to 4 days. So I'm working 30 hours a week, which in most cases, I'm able to handle the workload. I, however, foresee, just looking at the future and the veteran population, that I feel like at some point in time, it needs to be addressed as to whether or not another VSO would be added, a second VSO here. There are some inherent advantages in that we could, if we had two people, and it could be two part-time people, we could have the office open 5 days a week by simply allowing the part-time person to either work at the head of the week or the end of the week. But we would have 5 days. And when I'm out on vacation, there's nobody there to answer my phones. So the veterans leave voicemails, and I come back to a ton of voicemails. But worse than that, nobody's able to help the veteran until my vacation's over, or if I'm out sick, or a family member out sick. So it's a matter of coverage of the office. So I think a second VSO would be really a good idea. The physical requirements with that would be private offices, because under HIPAA requirements and other VA privacy regulations, my interviews with my veterans are confidential. I am supposed to do it in a very private environment. And that's something that has to be considered. So they would need a space that would have two offices with doors that would close and were, for the most part, soundproof. So that would help the situation out greatly for the veterans in this area.
What about if we added an extra day before we do that? Would that be a good thing or not? You don't want to work 5 days a week? Or?
I'll be completely honest to everybody. I honestly don't know that I could function out of 5 days. I look forward to my day off on Friday because it's intense from Monday through Thursday. I make some days I don't go to lunch. Some days I usually don't work late because they lock the buildings up and turn out the lights, and the Board of Elections locks up and I can't get to the printer, so I'm pretty much...
We're going to fix that problem pretty soon.
But anyway, it's very busy. I don't have time. I don't smoke, thankfully, but I don't go out, don't take breaks. I maybe run to the bathroom between the detour to get to the printer, and I'm not exaggerating either. But I am. There is not a dull moment in veteran services. Mm-hmm. By my nature, I love that. I'm that kind of worker, always have been. So that's something that would be helpful, though, to have that second person, because it would allow for somebody to answer the phones when the other veteran service officer has a client in the office and they're doing a claim. And I think that would be a real asset to the operation.
I think we've kind of looked at that every year. I mean, since I've been here, just about trying to decide, well, when do we need to expand, and maybe looking at what other counties are doing. So probably need to do that.
And I did make some suggestions here on the handout about what I feel like we really need, because we do have a lot of people coming in with that are very seriously handicapped. They're in wheelchairs, walkers with canes, sometimes even power scooters, and have quite a few people elderly that come in, especially those receiving pensions. Current situation over there at the courthouse now just has really kind of made it very difficult. We've come close to having a couple accidents. Thankfully, they were averted.
And where's your office at?
Downstairs
I'm over there in the lower level, right across from the sheriff's office.
by the Board of Elections.
Right beside the board, yeah. People used to come in that were handicapped. They would come in, park on the curb there out front, and get into their chair or scooter, or even walk in with a cane or whatever, come through the door, and it was a very short walk right into my office. Now they've got to go through the upstairs, go through all that security, try to get down the hall to the elevators, and then go all the way across. It's a real challenge for some of the people that come into my office.
How does that meet ADA standards?
Well, there's an elevator,
There is an elevator, yeah.
but it's still a good long walk from that parking lot up there
Yes.
to get.
Probably meet somebody that ain't good enough. I mean, it needs to be better. Well, we'll fix that when we get over here.
I mean, the plan is to relocate Larry on the third floor in this building. There's
Mm-hmm.
an office out there that,
Yeah,
one office.
that'll
right
make it
now
better
that
for
would-
me
One
when we
office,
do that
yeah.
change, because I think you have handicap parking out front, and then if they can get to the elevator, it's a clear path, up
Shorter
and out. So that
distance.
should,
Those-
that will be a better situation than we have now as far as the issue of safety for the people coming into the CMC.
Yeah, and those motorized scooters will work on our elevator, right,
Yes.
that we have in this building. What about getting in the front door, though?
Getting in our front door here.
Yeah, it's not like automatic opening
It'd be
door.
nice if we had the push automatic doors out front for that reason, for,
That's a good idea, Shannon, thank you.
Yeah, we probably need to go ahead and look
We
into
installed some
doing
of
I
that.
can't believe somebody made us do that.
at the library recently, so it's not a real hard fix to put those on the front door. And it would
Yeah.
be a good idea of relocating Larry's office to this building.
How soon do you think we could relocate his office?
I had that list in for a while. As soon as I get, Public Works and IT have to get that done together in order to get everything moved and to get all of his stuff done. So as soon as they get the free time to get
Sooner
it
the
moved,
better.
yeah, it's on the list of things to do. We want to get him out of there and get him in a better space.
If we do that to the front door, should we look at keyless entry or anything at the same time? To the front door?
Yeah, we can. I mean,
That's what you want, right?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I'm not trying to take all your questions here, but,
All right, the next
okay,
one.
keep going, Larry.
Okay, the next bullet points the three top priorities. And I put down here, safety of those needing the services of my office. Ensuring their needs are fully understood and appropriate claims have been filed with the VA. That they have someone to assist with the arduous process of dealing with the VA, and someone that they can trust and truly cares about their claims. And the thing that keeps me up at night is certainly the safety concerns. On the budget, I have no issues there whatsoever. And any questions?
Hey, what questions you guys have? You want to start?
Do you have, is there any way that we can help you get interactive on the computer, like when you're filling out forms? So in other words, is there a way that before the people even come down here, they could get on and either send you the application on the computer and you can move it over to the federal form, or they could complete whatever they can complete on the federal form, and then you just fill in the rest of the information?
In reality, that probably wouldn't work because of the complexity of the VA forms. That's the one reason that they come to me in the first place, is they start trying to fill out some of these forms and they get disgusted and throw their hands up in the air. And as I said, the forms are constantly evolving. Our latest instructions, actually in January, we're to quit saving forms and filling them out. Always go to va.gov and get the most recent edition of the form, because they're changing them literally weekly and daily in some cases. Maybe not quite that often. Some forms seem to stay. But it's better for me to start with a clean sheet, because I can really zip through them pretty fast, because you get used to the fields and you know what to do. It probably would create more errors than it would fix. Now, I do, in some cases, and this was an offshoot of the COVID-19 in the year that we just weren't seeing anybody in public. I worked every single day here at the office, and I learned to do remote work. For those people that have computers, which thankfully is the majority of people, I was able to do the interview on the phone, fill out the document, basically then send it to them electronically. They would print it out, and if they wanted to print out the whole thing, all they really need to print out was a signature page or put an electronic signature on it, then email it back to me, then I would upload it electronically to the VA. All that worked really well. And I still use that with a lot of veterans. And it works well. And veterans do send me their DD-214s, which is their discharge, and other documents by email, which means that I can fill out the forms ahead of time, and I commonly do that, so that it does cut down on their time that they have to actually spend here in my office, and sometimes they don't need to come in at all. But that
How often do you hear they don't have internet?
I have run into maybe, gosh, it's hard to say. I only recall about 2 instances in the last 3 or 4 months where somebody said but they usually said, well, I can go to my son's house or my brother's house and we can do it there. That'll be fine, no problem. I also run into the situation, and this was where it maybe got a little tricky during the COVID time. There's quite a few veterans out here, especially the older ones, that just don't use computers. Don't ask me to do it because I won't. So we had to maybe use snail mail and that sort of thing, or have them to come by and meet me at the front door and hand it out and let them sign it and hand it back to me. We found ways to work around to make things continue. So, anything else?
Ron, you got any other questions?
I really, pretty thorough rundown of what you do, and you know, I will say I really appreciate that you do. It sounds like you're very passionate about helping veterans, and I think we're all very passionate about people who serve our country. And you know, I know you're doing the best job you can to help them, and I'm all for giving you some help to keep the office open 5 days a week. I think that'd be a good idea in the future.
Thank you. And it's been a pleasure to have the opportunity to address you all. And
Yeah.
Got one more on the phone here, might have a question too. Ronnie, you got any questions or comments?
Rick, I do have, just want to make sure that I understand a couple of things. Did you say you work 30 hours per week, is that correct?
that is correct, sir.
Okay, and you feel like maybe the only thing other than as we get ready to move you into another office and the safety of everyone, I hear you say that you might could use a part-time person.
Yes, sir. I think that would be of help. But to have a part-time person would almost certainly require another office space, or at least some separation, especially until that person gets their accreditation.
And that's due to the confidentiality aspect.
Yes, sir. That is correct.
Well, I just want to say thank you to what all you do, and my family was definitely a military family. My dad fought the Korean War, and he been passed away now for 9 years. Two of my sons fought in one served in Afghanistan, 2 tours, and one was an MP in Guam, and I tell you, my father-in-law was fought in World War II. He just passed on now, but as veterans, it's very important to me, and I appreciate every single thing you do. And I can hear the compassion in your voice about the people you're helping, and I just want to say thank you for that.
Well, that's very kind of you, sir.
If there's anything that I can do on my end, I'll certainly be glad to.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Ronnie. One question, what's the waiting time to get an appointment with your current workload and stuff? Is it?
I try to get to them within 5 days, 5 business days. Right now, I think I'm making appointments for next week.
Oh, okay.
If somebody has something really urgent, I like to leave a little room so I can work them in if they really need to come there and do something and file
Oh,
something
okay.
to the VA.
Okay.
I try to be flexible. I don't like to get it so tight that I don't have any wiggle room in case something does come up unexpectedly.
Yeah, the other thing is, I was going to say, Sonia mentioned this, and Ronnie too, I think, if we could get a little extra help, I mean, we might could get a part-time person that could be there the one day that you're not or something. They'd have to be they have to get them qualified and everything.
Yeah, they would have to be qualified because they're gonna get calls that's gonna be asking very specific questions about VA benefits, and unless you're trained, it's gonna be very
Well,
difficult.
at some point, when you get ready to retire, we'll need to do a transition, and that might be one of the ways you could sort of do that to
Yeah.
get somebody trained while you're still here instead
Now, when the
of.
person does get hired officially and get going during the training period, that trainee would set in on filling out claims and stuff. So the confidential, since they're already gonna be doing the job, and once they're hired on, they will be able to sit with people to learn how to do what needs to be done.
We can just explore some various options for that, I guess. The other thing I would just say is, I appreciate what you do too. Lots of veterans talk to me, and I've heard a lot of positive comments about your concern for them and your effort to take care of them. So we really appreciate you doing that.
Welcome,
Done
it's a
it for a while
pleasure.
now.
Being a veteran myself, I certainly have compassion for other veterans.
Yeah, I do too, for the same reason. So keep up the good work, and we need to get you moved, and then I guess maybe just talk during the budget about the workload stuff, I guess, and start planning ahead for things related to that. So,
Okay, it sounds perfect. Thank you all again for your allowing me to be here.
Thank you.
okay,
Yeah,
thanks,
thank
Larry.
you.
Have
Appreciate
a
it.
wonderful day.
Y'all
You
too.
too. Y'all need a break? Keep going.
I'm good.
All right, y'all come on up.
Jump start on that. You may need it.
Our next presenters are the Health Department with Tammy and company to tell us what's going on there.
You can pull that chair up.
I want up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one mic is all that's working there, so if y'all stay close enough to it. You probably know what we're doing. Yeah, that mic, yeah. So y'all probably know what the routine is here, so you can take off and we'll do questions or whatever at the end, questions back and forth.
I'll start off, our mission statement is to promote health and safe living, prevent disease, care for the sick, protect the environment, and provide essential public health services to meet all community needs. The next year's budget, we've talked with the Board of Health and discussed with our management team, and we are wanting to possibly hire our medical director full-time and hire a licensed clinical mental health counselor. That way we can do mental health services within the health department. Our FMP and our doctor, she can prescribe anything they need unless they need to be referred out for psychiatrist if it's above that. We've decided to let October Road and Daymark take over the substance abuse portion of it, which we can still do the prescription for that. But we're trying to tackle the root of it, the mental health, and let the experts do the substance misuse.
What is it called, a mental health what?
A licensed mental health counselor.
Counselor? Is that a position you already have or one you would add?
We would have to add that, and we would have to add more funding for the medical director. But it would also decrease the funding we are paying Baptist with the prenatal contract where she's medical director, because that money would flip back around and go back toward her salary, because we would reduce the medical director portion out of Baptist contract.
Okay.
And
Who is the medical director?
Dr. Cassidy Vu,
And he works for,
she worked
she
for
in it?
Atrium Baptist. She was one of the prenatal docs.
okay,
Then she started seeing, because we're trying to get on board with Medicare, and we need an MD seeing patients to actually be able to charge for Medicare. And she has considered here lately coming here full-time.
what's her name again, her last?
Lisa Cassidy Vu.
And so she would come and work full-time at the health
Full-time,
department?
yes, and because I had mentioned maybe having the employee health clinic like had been mentioned before, and if we want to pursue that, she's willing to do that. That way we'll have 2 providers, and we'll be able to work in employees when we need to. And she would oversee our FMP, and when we can hire out, we'd have to contract the mental health counselor.
You have to contract with her, right?
She would be a contract like our other FMP.
At one time, the medical director didn't work there at all, right?
No.
Yeah. So this would be really different.
Yeah, right now she's
She's
working.
been here a few
She's been
months.
here. She's been since July. She's been working 1 day a week.
Okay.
But she's going to start, if and when the money, she wants to start every day.
So she's only been here 1 day a week is what we've been.
Right, yeah. Tuesday on prenatal day, she helps out. We just had to split it up.
She'd be here all day, every day?
She would
for
be
5
here
days a
all
week?
day, and Fridays would be to 12.
What does she do now during that time?
When she's not here,
Yeah. mhm.
she's working at Baptist in the
Okay.
practice she's at there.
Oh, in her own practice?
She's
Okay.
working for Dr. Lord. He's the one that's over the whole practice for our prenatal docs. But she works for him, and she goes there, and I think she goes to another office. She just works out of his facility.
Okay. Okay.
Tammy, how close are you to, what's holding us back from charging?
We're still pending.
So we've applied.
We've applied, and Haley's did it online this week. She actually printed out the paper copy and even got paperwork from Shannon to mail in. It's the state, because this started in
Started not long after we hired Dr. Cassidy Booth.
okay. It's
So
the
this-
state.
This is a big deal.
It is, and I reached out to our region to see if they'd had the same problem, and one county even said they had to reach out to Virginia Fox to get help with theirs, so.
Let us know if we need to do
Yeah,
that.
we made the Board of Health, the chair, aware of the issue we're having. It's just sitting and pending, and I don't know how long it takes the state to approve it. But as soon as they do, we can start billing for those Medicare services, so we can see the older population, and they won't have to self-pay.
Or maybe we should start reaching now. Let's don't wait.
Also, for the budget next year, we have 3 exam rooms that need new laptops. I don't think they get put on that automatic circuit, like the update every 5 years, like our office computers. And there's 3 that are not Dells, and they have issues with them cutting off and having to reboot, but the Dells seem to be working fine. It's the 3 that are not, we just need to get those, because we have a lot of paperwork we have to do for the state through those with the patients. Other than that, we'll have to add more in for environmental health, where we did get another employee. We're going to have to lease another vehicle for her to drive when she's fully trained. And some of this we may be able to find money for, but right now I'm just going to add that part in the budget, because I know the mental health and that, we were hoping to maybe get some of the opioid settlement money to help pay for some of that. And then
That'd be recurring though, wouldn't it?
that would for the counseling portion, because we have people coming in that said they wish they could get counseling, they need it, but they just can't afford it. And like with us, we take all insurances, we do self-pay, we do Medicaid, and soon we'll do Medicare, hopefully. So we're just like any normal doctor's office, we take all insurance.
You're gonna propose all that during the regular budget cycle? Okay.
Then our, I'm gonna skip down to our training, our turnover, I'm sorry. Last year it was 16% turnover. We had 5 people leave. Some of those were for better work from home jobs where they could get paid more now, because I know some nurses after COVID, they could just pretty much set whatever and they get paid. So they're working from home. And then we had some just leave for family issues. But right now we have 2 full-time positions empty. The other ones have been filled. We have 5 contract employees, and I'll skip down to this while I'm on it. We don't have any overtime paid out. We don't have any comp time paid out. We don't have any of that.
Those 2 vacancies, nurse positions, you said?
The 2 that are open is the nutritionist and the health ed, which I'm going to bring up because I'm wanting to actually freeze that position and change it, which I guess I can do that now. I want to change it to the community health worker. I put job descriptions in your packets. That way, they can be out in the community more. I think there's more of a need for them to be out and help people be more aware of the resources that the county has, that we have, and whether it be our health department, the county, or whether it be another group in the county, they just need to know how to get in contact. I think there's a lack of that now. There's a lot of stuff people don't even know exists. And I want to open that up for a community health worker to be able to get out there and do all that. I actually have the money that pays the health educator now will pay for that position. So nothing would change. The county would still fund the amount they normally fund, the state would fund, and then we just change the name of it and put that one on hold. And we may never open it back up, but we may.
Educator position.
Educator. And basically it's the same thing, but this person would only have to have a 2-year degree instead of a 4-year degree. They basically can do the same thing, but I want them out in the community more, helping more people, because they're not aware of how to fill out paperwork. We have nurses that sit with some people for an hour helping them fill out paperwork. And it's just, we need someone in the community to do that, whether it be at a location or they go to senior services or we just have it. And I also wanted to reclassify Haley's position to assistant health director. I'm going to try to put that into our budget for next year, just so if something happens to me, if I have to be out, she will have the legal authority to make decisions. Because when I was out during COVID, I let her typed up the letter letting everybody know she was in charge, but legally I still have to come back and sign everything. And I have the job description in your packet for that also. That would just, I've got to check around. I don't know the salary in other counties because that's not on our salary study because we've never had that position.
Okay.
But that way I would have a backup and she would be able to do stuff if I have to be out or I'm gone. And we do cross training. We started that in 2018. It hadn't really been done before that. We're cross training every employee there. So if someone's out, that job doesn't stop. There's somebody that can back it up, and some people can back up more than one job. We are currently remodeling our clinic also. We're trying to bring everything to current century. We're doing the same with environmental health. We've had new cabinets, sinks installed. We will be getting new flooring, new paint, and after that, we hope to have an open house for the community to come out and actually see what we do. And I gave you a list of all the services that we do provide in case some of you didn't know what we do. And I don't think the community knows exactly what we do and everything we do. So we're trying to rebrand their image of us to be more of public health. We're here to help you. We're here to help everyone in the community, whether it be just your primary care doctor, whether it be hopefully mental health. You can come here and get all those services. And we have environmental health. We are looking to upgrade some of their equipment and hopefully purchase ground penetrating radar for them with some grant money we have, or addendum money from the state we do have. And they are getting GPS.
Yeah, we have GPS.
They need new GPS too. So whatever equipment they need, we're upgrading before we lose the money.
That's grant money, you said?
That is the agreement addendums we get from the state, so you have to spend it by the end of the year.
State money in it.
Yes, it's
anyway.
state money,
Your part you're remodeling is the old part of the building,
the old
right?
part.
Okay.
And also, I wanted to add, like, on our short-term goals is to get this mental health up and running because the county needs it before it gets to the addiction stage, I do believe. Because we see a lot of it, and we're starting to see more of it in the health department. And it's in younger and younger. We have kids coming, and they need help, and you refer to maybe Daymark, but they get a runaround, they get stuck, and they don't really get help, and they may have to go outside the county, and they can't go outside the county. And I hope maybe in long-term goals, we could actually have it expand to King, but I would rather have another facility than the one we have, because the one we actually have is almost falling down. It's not in good shape, and it's not
Talking about the one there.
Brown Road.
Brown Road.
Yeah, that building, I don't think it's worth remodeling anything in it just because it's so old, and I don't know if that would mean leasing something else, but that's in the future, and that may not even happen.
Right. I don't remember what the facility study said about it exactly, but I know it needed a lot of work, but I don't.
Downstairs especially, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we did something in the upstairs, but not too much in the downstairs.
Yeah.
You talking about putting a mental health person there, is that what you said too?
For long-term goals,
Long-term.
hopefully we can do that. Because right now, the only thing we use that building for is WIC, 2 days to 3 days a week, and our care management, she works out of there, but most of the time she's either at home or on the road or with clients.
She uses the upper floor, right? Yeah.
And DSS is not there anymore.
It's a shame to let the building just sit there and not be used and not be updated. It used to be a really good building.
Yeah, I don't know what the study was on that one, but I
Look at
know
it.
it needs a lot of renovations if we
Oh, yeah.
use it like we should. Our thoughts on the Forsyth Tech campus, we are currently getting our 2 new billing staff, and Haley herself will be taking the notary class through them, which will be online. Most of our training is through the AHEC or the UNC school. So other than that, we don't really use it unless it's just for their personal gain.
Do y'all ever have any students that maybe, Forsyth Tech students up there that might intern at all, or do y'all do any internship?
We do. There are students that come in to shadow the FMP, and then students come with our prenatal doctors every Tuesday also. And they will, we've had some nursing from Forsyth Tech and Surrey come to get their hours.
That's good.
On the subject of anything that keeps me awake, nothing really keeps me awake anymore now that COVID's over.
Survived
Yeah,
that.
that was the biggest thing. And I don't have anything else. I don't know if you have any questions that I haven't explained or.
Why don't we start with Ronnie on this one? Ronnie, have you got questions or comments on the health stuff?
Anthony, I just wanted to clarify, you sort of cut out on me early on, but, when you were referring to the person that was working 1 day a week, but was wanting to come back and work 5 days a week, was that dealing with mental health, or could you tell me, I didn't catch that,
That's our medical director.
medical director? And they want to work 5 days a week.
Yes, she's considering coming here to work 5 days a week full time.
Okay. And as far as the upcoming budget, I know you went over it with them. I just want to make sure I caught. You wanted to reclassify, did you say you wanted to reclassify someone as your
Haley.
director?
Haley's our administrative assistant, and I wanted to reclassify as the assistant health director.
Okay. That's what I thought you said. I'm sorry. Cut out just a little bit right at the beginning. I caught most of the end. So, do you have anything else major? See, the reclassification, the medical director from 1 day to 5 days. Are we looking at, and I heard you talk about vehicle, anything else big in the budget that you need, you feel like you need coming up?
Just to contract with a mental health counselor would be the only thing.
Okay. Thank you.
How hard's that gonna be?
Honestly, I don't know. I know there's a big need for mental health now, so I'm sure there's people looking for jobs, and there's a lot of places not even accepting new patients. So I know there's a lot of patients looking for it.
There's needs there
There's a
for
need.
sure.
I was gonna, most places have a 3-month waiting list if they're even accepting a new patient.
Right, and I also put a sheet in there that, the HRSA sheet, that if we do hire someone for that position, it will pay back $250,000 of their student loans as long as they sign on to work 6 years with us. So that is a little incentive there.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, Ronnie. So are we likely maybe to find some person just out of school that would be looking for that, possibly, or
And, or
not?
either maybe, the medical director may know someone just wanting a contract.
I think the Substance Abuse and Misuse Committee is strongly considering recommending some of that money be used maybe to help her hire. I mean, it's a reoccurring expense, but the money is good for 17 years.
Yeah.
So we know we'll be getting that, and it wouldn't take all of the money that we get every year to pay that salary, or to help pay that salary. So I think it's something
Yeah, 17 years, that's not, that all,
we could,
that's not like a normal
consider.
grant that runs out in a year or two.
yeah, I mean, the
With
mental health
recurring.
piece is huge when it comes to the substance abuse issue, and it would be a starting place to provide some services that our county doesn't have right now. I would be in favor of trying to do that in the budget.
Okay.
Get it in the budget.
And Brad, you got questions?
So if I understood you right, you said you didn't have any issues with like overtime or comp time?
No, we don't have employees that have enough comp time to be paid out in our department. They have comp time, but they don't get enough hours to get paid out. We don't have overtime. It just goes to comp time, and we're not like EMS. We're not getting,
So you manage, so if they have to stay over or whatever for a couple hours, you just make them take it within
right?
whatever, okay, that's good.
They take their comp time first if they're off.
And then, the one thing that I know that will help me and will probably help a lot of other people in Stokes County, there's a lot of issues that obviously that we do have with mental health, substance abuse, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of publicity when things happen. And I just come from the mindset that the more information that you can give the public and the more information you can give other people, that it's better decisions can be made. And sometimes forcing conversation, and it's not just in your area, I'm talking about along the whole gambit of government services, is that having difficult conversations just seems to create chaos with people. And the one thing I learned a long time ago is if you don't want to have difficult conversations, they don't go away, they just stay hidden, and then they manifest, and then eventually they come out in another area, and then it is chaos. So just like the one thing that I see that it's like when I travel 89 a lot, 'cause I live on the northern part of the county, you know, I'll see, you know, a big sign talks about domestic violence. And then I see, you can go on the sheriff's website, and then one of his missions is he's really strong with domestic violence prevention. So, I mean, where are the statistics for, I mean, do we have a problem here in Stokes County with domestic violence?
That, I don't know. We have the statistics for suicides. We get those. The domestic violence, that's a whole different department. I don't know what they do.
That doesn't fall under your,
We get referred if they have been assaulted, but then we call domestic violence to get them help. They come there to get examined, but then they continue their services of getting housing and clothes and everything else with domestic violence. We just call them or call DSS. They just come to us for the exam and to report.
Is that at the sheriff's office or DSS?
Where's that at now?
The domestic violence office is,
Wyvetti's thing.
it's in the sheriff's office building. The Wyvetti is a Wyvetti service.
Because we handle that with some prenatal. If they won't help getting out of a situation, we can help them while they're there. But if they don't, then we just provide the resources we have that points them to domestic violence or DSS.
so is there anything or any way that we can help you provide, you know, whatever is the most current, breaking edge, newfound, whatever way of getting help for the mental health, substance abuse? I mean, do you have, what I'm asking is this, is I like people that do best practice. And best practice involves constantly trying to stay one step ahead of whatever, if it's in the technology area, whether it's in the clinical area, and fortunately or unfortunately, you know, your tentacles reach almost everywhere. So, and you're one person, and so as that one person, you know, you're the leader, and under the umbrella, not only do you have to lead and make sure the right people in the right places, but you also have to be able to step out, and if you're going to be an effective leader, you got to be able to step out and look at things that maybe aren't established yet, but you're seeing results where the signs are positive, and bring it to Stokes County and tweak it to however that is. So is there anything out there that you see that you need help in or with, or?
Right now, we're focused on the mental health, and I would love to have more than one counselor because I know it's always been a stigma in Stokes County, any mental health illness, and people try to hide it, and they don't want anybody to know about it, and then that turns into the addiction piece because they are self-medicating. And then you have kids, we see the kids from foster care, they follow in the same steps as their parents because that's the only thing they know is to either, it's the alcohol or the pills. So we want to try to get this prevention in there at an early age and try to catch some of the other ones that are still willing to try the therapy route. And they give the medications if you need it for any thing like that. We can prescribe any of those. But we're just wanting to catch it in the early stages to hopefully not have to worry about all this addiction. And I know it'll always be there to some extent, but the fact that we are rural and nobody wants to talk about mental health is the problem. And we're trying to get help here that we have not had. You have to travel to get that help, and people are not going to do it. They can easily go buy the pills or everything else cheaper than they can go get the actual help they need to stop self-medicating. And it just keeps, the cycle just keeps going. There are kids, just keeps going, and it just gets worse. And that's what we really want is mental health.
And I think the bureaucracy, especially at the state level, and that's, you know, you're an animal of that, of that bureaucracy. And local government is the most, and should be the most effective and quickest way to be able to solve an issue. And like, for instance, the Board of Commissioners, we're more, or should be more accessible, and to have immediate impact for good, for positive things. I mean, money obviously, you know, we know how that is, but if we don't know about the problem as it's going on, it's hard to take decisive action. And I know you have a board that you work with and you work for, but what I want to do is, I just believe that statistics need to be as current, even if you have to mark them draft, because I know with the state regulations, I dealt with it, you know, in the police department, a lot of stuff, being able to not be able to push official stuff out. But we could, as long as we would hit draft, because things can change. But we've got to be made aware of whatever the newest trend is. And I mean, good Lord, you know, with substance abuse especially, it seems like every time you turn around, there's a new trend that, you know, that this is popping up, and then we got a problem, you know, over here, and then you got the rumor mill, and it gets so confusing that what I would like to do is I would like to have more direct, current information so we can do whatever we can on our end. Even and I'm all for giving you extra money for resources of, like, you know, what you see is just like what you're talking about, you know, with the pills and the alcohol. But I don't mind finding money and funneling something, maybe even if it's, you know, it's not required of local government to do it. But I just want to make sure that of all the programs we have, I'm tired of just because we have programs and they never go away and they don't work. And I'll give you an example. I mean, back in 1996, I mean, when I was with the Fayetteville Police Department, a captain, we made the decision to stop doing DARE because the statistics did not show that it worked. And we stopped. And then there was a lot of other departments. We caught a lot of heat for it. But that's what you have to do. You've got to, in order to have conversations and always evaluate, we got to challenge ourselves to do that. And so I just want you to know that I know you got your hands full, and we want to help you any way we can, whether it's politically or whether with some money. But what I'm looking for is I'm looking for some fresh ideas, and drop politics, and let's just say what works, what may work, and what doesn't work. We need to, whatever we have to do, we have to move away from it. And that's all.
Have to be able to measure it, measure
Right.
success, yeah.
Right.
Design it so that you can measure whether
Right.
it's working or not.
That's all I
Keith,
got.
you got it?
I got a question for Brett.
That's permitted.
Let's put him on the spot. What did you do instead of DARE that helped the cause?
What we did is we did a
Did it
program
work?
what worked.
Did it work?
Yes, it did work. What we did is we worked directly with the families. So in other words, when you go to, like, say for instance, if you go to a school and it's well-funded, high grades, and you're not dealing with a lot of substance abuse problems. It's in the family. In other words, when they're coming to school, they're coming from a family that is not having major issues. So when they graduate from there, we tracked them as they went through the system. So we would know if they were, if within the next 6-7 years, if they were in the criminal justice system, either officially or unofficially. You go into the neighborhoods in the urban areas that there's just a lot of issues with families and also other social issues. Same program, same instructors, and then you track the history, and there's no, they're not a success story. They're still in the system 6-7 years later. So what we worked with is we worked with the parent, because there's usually one parent, worked with the parent, the school, and the kid, one-on-one.
Instead of a group.
Instead of a group. And our success rate skyrocketed. Interesting.
Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, Tammy, I think you're doing a great job. I'm hesitant to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I might not be here today if it wasn't for Stokes County when they had a psychiatrist on staff. Now, I know you got to go way back. Dr. Jones sent me to one because I was starting to have panic attacks. I got so bad with that and allergies, I would not leave my house. And he gave me a mild sedative that drove me crazy. It made me feel goofier than a bed bug. And I went, and then he said, I want you to go see this guy. And he wrote down his name. I went into the community center. That's where he was. I don't remember his name because it's been 40 years ago or more. And he handed me a sheet of paper and says, fill that out. And it had basically tragedies and problems that you had went through the last 6 months. The top 10, I had done 9. I went through a divorce. I had lost a grandfather I was close to. I had changed jobs. I remarried, on and on and on. And as simple as this guy done, he taught me how to breathe and relax, got me off the medication, and voila. So I'm all for it. You definitely need one because it will be a huge help. So just keep digging.
I got a couple things. I think that y'all are doing a good job and at the health department, and I've only been to one health board meeting, which I think we are looking at some things with that. Chad Jarvis is here to as well, with maybe trying to take some of those positions. What has happened, I think, is when this board served as the health board, then the health board went back to having their own board. They filled in these slots, but they weren't all the exact, like veterinarian, engineer, dentist, and some of those are missing, and I think they're pretty integral to have a good board that's given good sound advice, to have those slots filled with the right individuals. And I'm excited about the nurse's position that I think we're going to be able to fill at the next meeting with somebody highly qualified who has said she's willing to even do some free education, because she is certified to do tons of education with nurses and stuff. So that would be a huge asset. So I think we're on the right track to really step it up a notch. I like what you said about rebranding the whole image of the health department, because a lot of people don't know what services are available. You gotta, like you was talking about advertising with the, just left me, with the abuse, the domestic abuse. It's kind of the same thing. I think when we do get this mental health person hired, hopefully that can help with substance abuse and mental health, it's going to be, we got to have to really blast that, get that word out. And, you know, I think for the longest time, the health department has been looked at as, well, it's only for low income or no income or that kind of thing, and it's not, you know, and the services, I like the idea if we can get enough providers to do the employee health wellness is huge. Burnout and everything that goes on with employees, I mean, that would be great to get that up and running. So I think we're on the right track for sure, and if, God forbid, anything like COVID gets in our way again, I think we can make some headway with all of this. And I think after we get the mental health provider piece in place, something along the lines of treatment is the next place we need to start looking to help these people with what can be provided treatment-wise. And we're looking at a joint meeting with Rockingham and Person County? Caswell County. And, you know, it may be a situation where we can pool our resources with other counties to provide a mental health treatment type place. Because I don't know what happened because I wasn't paying attention. I guess I wasn't old enough to even know what was going on back then. But, I mean, you used to have mental health hospitals. You used to have Dorothea Dix. You used to have the different ones, and it's like the state, I guess some of them were state-run, and they just all closed down.
Yeah, state closed them down to save money, and then they consolidated.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think they ever really put anything in place to take up the slack for not having those types of facilities, and it's now you're seeing what the results of that for sure. So at the local level, I guess we're going to have to try to pick up the slack in there somewhere with the mental health piece that the state has really let us down on. And I think we're going to have to ask VIA to step up and really help us because they have said all this stuff about how much better they're going to do than Cardinal, and they're just going to have to put their money where their mouth is. And I want to see those results with VIA and hold their feet to the fire, so to speak, on some of this stuff. So it's like the squeaky wheel gets the oil thing. VIA's got resources. We're just going to have to be the squeaky wheel to get those resources, I think. The other piece is the environmental health. And what's your name again? Brandon, sorry. You know, I don't know a lot about, it's kind of funny to me that environmental health and the health department is all in one thing because they seem to be so different in what they do. So my thing is you're added a person, right? And another employee that you need another vehicle for to lease, okay? And so do you actually have to inspect all the nursing homes too? Like the...
Yes. Hospital, nursing home, restaurants, childcare, public swimming pool.
Just the nursing homes alone in this county is a huge
Residential care,
number.
we have a few of those.
So do you just, when you inspect, say, a nursing home or like that, do you just do the kitchens type stuff, or do you have to inspect the whole facility?
We could do the kitchen and then come back and do the facility at another time.
But you do the whole facility? Okay. All right. Trying to think if there's anything. And public swimming pools, I didn't know that either.
At camps, campaigns, they have a pool up there.
Yeah.
Restaurant in there that's inspected.
Right. What about any of the wedding venues, not unless they have food prep?
Right now is the one up in Westville.
Yeah, because they do catering and restaurant. Okay, gotcha. I guess that's all I have, really, on that, but thank y'all, yeah.
Okay, I just
Got
got
a tremendous amount of work here that y'all do.
Yep, you do. Just a couple of things. The doctor, if you hire the medical director, would she do just general medical stuff? If you said she's prenatal, right?
She can be a general doctor. She does DOT physical. She does everything.
She'd do everything if she was
Right now she
working
does
for us
everything.
full time.
Can I?
Yeah, sure.
I'm tickled to death that she wants to come here. Now I'm going to ask the $100,000 question. Why? With everything that's going on.
Honestly, she likes it here. She likes
Cool.
our staff. She likes
Cool.
the patients.
That is awesome.
That's good. That's good news. That's the first time that I remember us doing anything like that. That 16% turnover, was that during the last calendar year?
Yeah,
Is that the
22.
period for that? Okay. What about your accreditations? Where you at in the accreditation cycle?
Next one is due 25.
25.
Added a year because of COVID, so it'll be in 2025.
Is there any issues you have with staying accredited and everything?
I've been through 2 since I've been there, and I was the head of accreditation those 2 years.
Okay.
So yeah, we have a committee now, and we have everything, and we're scanning it in already.
Okay, good. Hey, Brandon, does the radar thing to replace having to use a probe, is that what that is that you're talking about?
Yeah, it'll save our backs, I guess, some on that. We're not really supposed to locate systems for people, but when you go to permit a well, we have to make sure that that system meets the setbacks off the well.
Mm-hmm.
So it will definitely help. They're supposed to come demonstrate it for us. And, to see.
Will it look, how deep will it go? And will it locate everything, anything?
It looks like a lawnmower. I looked at it last week. And it's like a little push mower that you push across the yard. I joked and said if we get one, people in the county's gonna say we're pushing more people.
So it's basically just to locate anything that's under there that might
Underground.
need to be, that you need to know about, basically. Yeah. Is it expensive?
Well, the cheap one was $21,000 and the newer one's $25,000.
2120, yeah, that's a high dollar lawnmower.
We have the money for that, though.
Do I?
We have the money to buy that, though, out of a region, AA.
I just want to see how it works before we do that.
Let's drive it.
Other counties were getting it, and I told him to go look at it and see if he actually wanted it.
That makes sense.
And so now you have to probe everything to try to do what you're talking about, and this would eliminate most all of
Now,
that?
some systems here in the county, especially on repairs, when we're limited on area,
Uh-huh.
we go really deep, so they may be 6 feet in the ground. So
I got an area you can test it, and I think you know where I'm talking about.
Okay, let me see, I think that's, does, that lady named Trish still in the same position she was in? Just curious
I
about,
heard it this morning, actually.
okay, just curious about that. The environmental, what are the wait times these days for people, getting appointments with you guys?
We're pretty well caught up. The weather's kind of pushed us out. We had to reschedule this morning, but we rescheduled the one this morning for tomorrow. We doubled up tomorrow for the backhoe pit
Okay,
evaluation.
so
Backhoe pits, I mean, that's really helped our office doing that, offering that.
what has?
The backhoe pits, the
Uh-huh.
option to do the backhoe up front.
Everybody does them.
Pretty much
Yeah,
everybody.
right.
Occasionally you get an auger, that somebody wants to just do the auger option if it's a wooded lot, but you can't get a backhoe in.
Okay,
For the most part, people just go up front and get a backhoe. You
Do
don't
it
have to
and
be
do it.
licensed or anything to come out there with that, anybody can.
okay. And so that plus the extra staff person keeps you caught up within a couple of weeks, I would think.
Yeah, the extra staff, she's mainly going to do the food and lodging, so it's definitely going to help with the food and lodging part. And allow Colin out of just on-site only.
Okay. I think that's all I've got. Chad, you got any comments you want to make? If you do, come close to that microphone over there. Sit beside Brandon.
This is actually a good opportunity to give you a snapshot from the board's perspective, because statutorily, she reports to that board.
Mm-hmm.
And her guidance.
Could you just pull a chair up and sit down there so that mic will pick you up? Afraid it ain't quite reaching you standing up.
So statutorily, we have gone through, as far as the board, and specifically myself as being responsible for that board now, to make sure that we're following the law. We've gone through all those general statutes, all the stuff from DHHS, looking at the federal side, the state side, and then again, echoing Commissioner Chandler, making sure that we're doing stuff that has value. We're looking at every program in the health department. I don't know if they mentioned it, I came in a little bit late. There are 7 budgets in that department.
to be reviewed, allocated, amended, and so forth. And it's a lot of intertwined monies. The board, like, one of the things I'm doing, I touch base with her every week, so that when we come back to a board meeting every other month, we went from quarterly to every other month, to try and make sure that we're doing those steps. I have reached out to the Director of Public Health in the state of North Carolina, and I've asked for an opinion, subjectively and objectively. What rural counties do you think are doing the best? And then Chad's going to take a little drive, and I'm going to go hang out with them for a day and see what they're doing. These are counties like Pender. We're looking at down east, northeast. They had the same geographical impediments, except instead of up, it's down. They have rivers and creeks. Same issues, big counties, low populations, same demographics to an extent until you get to the far northeast. And then looking at some of the western states, or western counties rather, to do maybe 5 of those. I'm waiting on the information to come back. As far as our board, all of them, with the exception of myself and Commissioner Cox, come up at the same time in January of this coming year. So that's not good.
Term expirations, you
Term
mean?
expirations. So that's why we're actively doing, which our due diligence is required, is to actually recruit those licensed positions. They're sending us a list from the Board of Optometry, the Board of Veterinary Medicine, the Board of Dentistry, of all those people licensed that live in this county. The optometrist position by law has a little segue. It does not have to be a county resident. It could be any optometrist in the area that will attend that wants to be on the board. That's why you'll see me later on this month for some movement within that board. And I have some other actions before then to make sure that that's smooth, but we are obligated to try and reach out and recruit those positions, to have a variable board. So we have those voices of those people who are licensed and professional in those areas. I want the Board of Health to do a little field trip with Director Martin in the coming months to go to every corner of her areas. So that it's not just we see the boardroom. I need to see what environmental health does. I want to take a ride. I want the Board of Health to actually go to the clinics and look around and see what she needs. I know that I looked at the computers, there's about 6 of them that just are so old, they don't function. Now all their charting is on there, and those charts, those demographics that pull out of those reports are important for our federal and state dollars that we get. Mm-hmm. So there's some tie back to value in replacing some of those machines. But I can assure you from the board, we will be looking at every program to see what the value is. And I'm a big numbers guy too. That's the way I worked for the past 15 years. So I can tell you that, like the emails I sent out was dashboards. Those are the state's dashboards. And it gives you an idea because certain things come to the health department and certain things are never in there. And then just like certain death certificate data, still waiting on toxicology. So those nonviolent overdose suicides are not accounted for yet because the state is so far behind in toxicology, which I'm sure Commissioner Chandler knows about. You're waiting on DUI results for 2 years before they can be prosecuted. Is there any questions? I don't have a lot of interaction with Commissioner Mendenhall, but I try to keep everybody updated from the Board of Health and reach out. So do you guys have any questions for me or any direction? Because our board is appointed by you.
You chairman of it now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I thought so.
Yes, sir.
Ronnie, you got any questions?
Not at this time, Rick.
Okay. Sonia, you are
Not
on
really.
the
I
board.
think he just hit all the high points of what we've been talking about and the direction we're looking to go in. I think, we want to try to help Tammy have, all the resources she needs to run her department as smoothly and into the 21st century as we can get things. So my question, I was looking at the organizational chart, And what openings did you say that you have? You want to change you want to change Haley's position, and you want to change that community,
The health educator's community health worker.
right, which is open. Is there other open slots?
Nutritionist 2 is open, and that's it. Because the health educator was the other one. There's a contract out there for breastfeeding peer counselor, and I don't know if that will be
You'll have
filled. That's-
takers.
Yeah.
But as far as the nurses, they're full. You've got all those
Staff,
full.
yeah.
That's all I have.
I have one more thing to add. To
Yeah, go
this.
ahead.
Talking about our mental health specialists, our counselors, LCSWs, or others that are specifically trained in adolescent counseling, because most of their issues are anger behaviors that manifest into other things, and then they start self-medicating. I still have a lot of contacts within the larger healthcare systems. To give you an idea, we already have contracts for our medical director currently, who hopefully will be a full-time employee, but along with our EMS director with Atrium. So we already have that relationship. Within Atrium, they have a business unit that essentially packages components, whether it be employee health or anything else, and they bundle that together, give you a price, and then there you go. Here's your package. There's opportunity if we don't find our LCSW or a juvenile counselor, that we could go to them, to their business services unit, and bundle that into something that we have access to here in Stokes, just like we did with our medical director prior to. So that option is on the table. Another thing that Atrium has is a responder counseling group. It's Glenn Davis, that whole group, and it's now at the enterprise level for Atrium and /Advocate. Whether you're aware, Atrium is folded into a group from Chicago and Minneapolis, referred to as Advocate, with a smaller component called Aurora. They're now the 5th largest healthcare system in the country. So they have a lot of resources, and that group of counselors were initially were counselors or chaplains that were assigned to the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office. And it's grown, and Forsyth County uses them. If a responder feels like they've just had too much that day, they can pick up the phone and call whoever's on call themselves. They don't have to reach out and go through any circus of phone calls and forms and requests. I've had a bad call and I need to talk. They pick up the phone, they dial that person on call. That is a service I've actually asked Glenn to give me those kind of numbers. I put them in touch with Rodney Case in Rockingham because they have some serious problems over there with that, with some of their responders. Some of them I reach out to on a regular basis. So that will be coming forth through the health department, through Director Martin to you guys.
Okay.
So I think it's also something that Brandon and the Sheriff's Office and any of the fire departments, from a public health standpoint, one of my objectives is to make ourselves more available to these volunteer fire departments so that they feel taken care of, whether it be flu shot clinics, public health education, so they know what public health does. So if they've got somebody they need to refer, they know how to refer an elderly person that has no medical access. All of those things, it ties in. You start figuring out into the community, you start giving people that pay for us, pay for this board and pay for the health department, access to it. And that's one of the components. I want to make sure you guys are aware of kind of where we're headed with that, so that we are taking care of our first responders, so that we keep our volunteers a little bit longer. We know how things are currently headed, but that's kind of one of my personal goals, not necessarily something that we've talked with the board about yet, but it's there.
Okay. It's good. All right, I don't have any other questions. I appreciate you serving on that board as a chair, and sounds like you guys are really engaged, probably more so than I remember in the past, so that's a good thing. Definitely. All righty, thank you all for coming.
You can smile now, Jamie.
I'll take a 5-minute break.
Sure.
Take a 5-minute break.
She does.
Okay, we'll call a meeting back to order from our short recess. And Janice is here to talk to us about soil and water. And who else?
Michaela Sawyers,
And what's your position over there?
the Soil and Watershed Conservationist.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Great to have you two folks. If you're going to talk some, slide close to that mic because this one doesn't work. If you talk some during
Yeah,
the
because she's
presentation.
got, yes,
Okay.
parts that she's going to cover for me.
All right.
But yeah, there again, my name is Janice Pack. For those of you that don't know me, I'm the Soil and Water Director, and Michaela is our District Soil and Watershed Conservationist. We also have a person that comes to our office about once a week. He is a federal employee, and he promotes the federal programs throughout the county. His name is Jim Probst. He's actually stationed out of Catawba County, so it's a couple of hours trip for him to come up this way. But, our office is located in the old courthouse on the second floor. Our mission is to administer and support local, state, and federal programs to the community and to educate and disseminate information regarding the preservation of our natural resources. We're governed by a 5-member Board of Supervisors, which consists of 2 board members being appointed by the North Carolina Soil and Water Conservation Commission and 3 members which are elected by citizens of Stokes County to a 4-year staggered term on a nonpartisan basis. Our board meets the 3rd Wednesday of each month at 9 o'clock in the morning in our office, in the old courthouse Soil and Water Office boardroom, and all meetings are open to the public. Our current board members are James Booth, he's the chairman, Marvin Cavanaugh is our vice chairman, Johnny East is the secretary-treasurer, and Darrell Lester and Bob Lindsay are both members. In our department, we are charged with planning, executing, promoting, and protecting and promoting sound conservation practices within the county, and one of the ways we do that is administer state and federal cost share programs. These programs are set forth to improve water quality and reduce non-point source pollution on agricultural lands. So I'll just go through some of these programs, and while I do that, Michaela's going to show you pictures of some of the practices that are installed with program funding. Okay, the first program is the North Carolina Agricultural Cost Share Program. This is a state program. It's state funded. It was established to reduce non-point source pollution caused by agriculture. The Ag Cost Share Program encourages voluntary participation by the agricultural community by offering financial assistance for the installation of best management practices on agricultural lands. Qualifying landowners receive 75% of a predetermined average cost to install BMPs, some of the ones that you see here, with 25% being paid directly by the landowner. BMPs completed under the program are subject to random spot checks by our staff, and this is to ensure that they are being maintained for their proper use over the 10-year maintenance period. Our next program is the North Carolina Agricultural Water Resources Assistant Program. We call this AgRAP. And this is also a state-funded cost-share program. It was established in 2011, mainly to increase water quantity and availability for agricultural purposes. The main practices that we install through AgRAP in this county are agricultural wells. The same rules and application process applies to this program as the former Ag cost-share program. Next, we have the Environmental Quality Incentives Program. This is EQIP. It's a federally funded program that provides financial assistance to help landowners and producers protect their soil and water and natural resources. These funds are regionally allocated, so qualifying landowners apply, and then they're ranked against other applicants within our region to gain state funding. The next one is the Community Conservation Assistance Program. We call this CCAP. It's a state-funded program that is also regionally funded. This program is designed to improve water quality through the installation of various best management practices on urban, suburban, and rural lands not directly related to agricultural production. And lastly, we have the North Carolina Stream Flow Rehabilitation Assistance Program. We call this STRAP. And this is a new program. This is, I guess they passed legislation for it in 2022. And it's basically to protect and reduce flooding and to restore streams, mainly by removing debris from the streams and repairing watershed issues. And at this time, I'll let Michaela take over because she's going to show you some of the projects that we've completed with the STRAP funding.
Yes, so we got funding for both a federal watershed structure that we have here in the county, sediment removal of that. And then also we have some for stream debris. So this is the sediment removal site on our federal watershed. And so this one is called Little Yakin Dine. So this is in our Little Yakin watershed area.
So you can see here by the blue outline, that is where the water line should be. So originally, when this was finished in 1992, the water line was there. Over time, these will fill up with sediment, or they will not fill up with sediment, but they will gain sediment because they are flow control structures. But to keep their life expectancy how it should be, and to keep them functioning and serve the purpose, they might need to be cleaned out at times. So in this case, this one was hindering the purpose. You can see there at the top left of that structure, you've got a lot of sediment. It's even formed its own little pond there on the upper side. So it's the sand that has filled in, the sediment has filled in, is growing trees and different types of plants and things. So we got the funding to help clear those portions out. And we had 2 inlet portions, and we focused on both of those. And combined, we got approximately 1,212 cubic yards of sediment removed from that structure. So this is a picture of the progress. So this was in October of 2022, so last fall. And this is now. So from the first picture I showed you now, so it was a little bit muddy, it's been raining. But you can see that area that had all the little portion where all the sediment had settled, it had trees and things growing, some vegetation growing, is now completely gone, and they have extended the edges back to where they were meant to be. So now the water can now properly come down the stream and enter the structure as a whole, and then go out through the dam, principal spillway. There's just another image. So these are the drone images that we have. We don't have current maps.
Whereabout is that located?
It's in the YMCA Camp Road area.
Okay.
That's where a lot of these little water structures are.
Okay.
Okay. Next, we'll move on to another service that we provide, which is technical assistance to landowners. It's in the form of advice, recommendations, and the development of conservation plans to help agricultural operations meet their production and conservation goals. These requests have significantly increased over the last 2 years. In 2021, we did 72 technical assistance site visits. In 2022, we did 85 technical assistance site visits. And during 2022 and 23, we also had approximately 75 technical assistance phone calls and walk-ins. They involve questions ranging from soil testing to pasture establishment and renovation to hayfield production and conservation issue management. And this is really a great service that we offer to the citizens of Stokes County free of charge. For each site visit, the landowner receives a summary package of what was discussed at the meeting, along with the aerial map of their property that shows future planning based on the landowner's goals, and in many cases, a detailed conservation plan. So it's quite a few hours that are put into these packets once we come back to the office for meeting with the landowners. We also provide educational programs to schools and community organizations in an effort to increase awareness of natural resources. And we do this to encourage lifelong stewardship. In your package is a list of the programs that we do participate in, and you may be familiar with some. We do, upon request, provide classroom and community group conservation programs. We also hold environmental awareness days at Hanging Rock State Park every year in April. This is for all the 5th graders in the county. We offer poster, essay, and slideshow contests to 3rd through 12th graders. We sponsor 1 to 2 high school students to attend the annual resource conservation workshop held at NC State each summer. We support and promote the Envirothon program, which is a knowledge-based environmental science competition for middle and high school students. We recognize a Conservation Teacher of the Year and a Conservation Farm Family of the Year. We work with all the other ag agencies to put on the Farmer Appreciation event. We also participate in joint educational programs with the Cooperative Extension Service and the Cattlemen's Association to provide training for landowners. And we cover topics such as pasture and weed management, soil health, livestock exclusion fencing, and livestock systems that are eligible for cost share systems. Next, we provide administrative support to the Voluntary Agricultural District Board. We do this by advertising the program to potential members. We seek potential program sponsors. We submit state voluntary ag district reports. We accept voluntary ag district applications. We prepare required conservation plans for new members, and we present these applications at the meetings. We record the board meetings, and we create and mail voluntary ag district newsletters to all members once a year. We maintain the membership files for the program, and there are currently 7,325.39 acres enrolled in that program. We also perform water point certifications for fire departments upon request. This involves conducting a site visit to determine the water volume capacity and recharge rates by obtaining flow measurements, and then we certify that the site meets the requirements for discharge. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Michaela again to talk more about our flood control watershed structures.
So, we have 24 structures total within the county, and so, and we maintain them by bush hogging or mowing them, the dam area. Twice a year, we check the pipes, clean those out as needed, check the plunge pool, just anything to make sure they are functioning correctly. We do that.
Kayla, how many did you say? 24, okay.
So they were built with 100% federal funding, and so a act back in 1954 kind of sparked that, and so we have had them built anywhere from 1960s to 1990s. So we have a span there where that's when all 24 of them were built. So 6 of those structures are in the Town Fork Creek watershed area, and then we have from those 56,579 acres of flood control is provided. Then in the Little Yadkin watershed area, we have 18 structures, and those account for 36,536 acres of flood control in that area. The sizes of the surface area of the structures, the water, ranges anywhere from 0.1 acre to 48 acres of surface water, acres of surface. The ponds or lakes are privately owned, so people throughout the county, they own portions of them, and depending on their size, they can be owned by multiple people. So we hold a permanent easement, however, on all tracts of land that the water and the structure itself is located on. So we have that maintenance easement, so if anything does need to be done to them, then we have that, they are accessible to us. But they are not public places to go boating, fishing, things like that, because they are privately owned. So they aren't for anyone to access unless they get permission. So we maintain all the watershed files and records, so everything back from the original, from when they started, anything that was gathered, so we have all that. Anything that new that happens, we are notified through dam watch systems by both federal and state agencies. We also create emergency action plans as they are required by the Department of Environmental Quality Dam Safety Division. So those emergency action plans are needed on any dam that is high hazard. And so we have a great deal. We have 19 of our dams that are high hazard that are needing those plans. Those classifications do change. They don't go down, they usually just go up. they don't take it back. So part of the agency is kind of, looking after them, we conduct annual inspections that are mandatory. But then along with that, we go out there multiple times throughout the year. So that's just to do, inspections. If there's any concerns with landowners have, they'll call us and let us know. And so we're out to these structures several times throughout the year and looking at them. So we also schedule the maintenance and upkeep of each structure, like I said. So maintenance total, there are 75 acres that has to be bush hogged. So combined with all the dams, there's 75 acres. So that's mowing, and we have to apply lime, any fertilizer, repairs of anything that needs to be, that is something, an issue. We will have to remove debris after floods. So since they are flood control structures, the water level is susceptible to rise, and it can rise a pretty great deal sometimes. So you'll have some debris and things that's washed down and gets deposited and then just gets stuck as the water recedes. So all that has to be removed. If the riser has anything on it, all that has to be removed. And also,
They all have spillways?
yes. So they have principal spillways and emergency spillways.
Okay.
So two different types.
Okay.
So we have to monitor both of those to make sure that they are functioning correctly, or emergency spillways, we prefer those not to function if they don't have to, but we monitor those to make sure that there's no issue there, no conservation issue. And so, like I said, the maintenance is done, so that's mowing or bush hogging, that is done front, back, top of dam, emergency spillway, and then we have a set map of everywhere that maintenance is done.
Y'all have tractors and bush hogs to do that? That's part of your department?
We contract that out.
Contracted out, okay.
So I have a few pictures here of a few of our watersheds. So this one is Little Yakin 7, and so this was a drone image taken actually earlier this week. So you can see here in that yellow circle, I don't know how well you can see it from the computer screen or the TV screen, but we have some sediment depositing there. Now you're going to see this in several of these. Some of them are worse than others. Like I said, we have natural events like tornadoes, things that happen that uproot trees that cause more sediment to be deposited downstream. So in that yellow, though, that should be water there, but it is sediment and it's filling in. This is Little Yakin 6. So this is the dam of that one. You can see this riser is a lot different. So if you see the thing, it's what's sticking up out of the water, it's a concrete riser. So that controls the level of the water. It has a gate system in it that controls, and it stays the same setting all the time. So that's a little bit different. So that's a larger structure. And we've included a spreadsheet in your packet here that has the information on every single watershed. So it has the size, the surface area, acreage of each watershed structure, the year it was built, and information about it. So we also have here like I said, Little Yakin 7, the first one we looked at, it was completed about 1986. Little Yakin 6 was completed in 1971, so we have some time between some of these. The dams are of varying heights. So, like this one right here is not one of the larger ones. So, some of these smaller ones are around 30 feet in height. And then we go to the larger ones. So, this is the largest watershed that we have surface area-wise. And it has a dam height of 61 feet. So it's a pretty large structure. And this right here is the plunge pool and the principal spillway where it comes out is what that picture is of. And it has rained, and you can see the force of water that can come out of these. That it holds back that water and controls how it flows downstream.
Is that little dugout area around it just keep the grass and stuff from growing up to the pipe? Is that basically what that is?
Well, that's a plunge pool. So it's
What pool?
It's called a plunge pool. So that's where the water falls into. And so it's has a lot of riprap in it and things because the water has such a force that it would just route out everything and just cause gullies. They have a pool that they constructed that is meant for it to stay within that pool, and then it flows downstream from there.
Okay. I got a miniature version of that at home, except I don't have the pool around it.
Yeah. Some smaller like farm ponds, they'll just go straight into the creek. They don't really have a defined plunge pool. But these, they have so much force and volume of water coming out. Every one of them has a defined plunge pool.
Okay.
Varying sizes. Like I said, this is a big watershed, so it has a large plunge pool there. So this one, to construct this one, it cost $312,572, and it was built between 1975 and 1977. So back then it was pretty good. It's a pretty good sized project. And then I have some estimates in your packets of what maintenance costs we have spent to date on these watersheds. So it kind of gives you an idea of when they were built and the acreage that we mow around.
Okay, and the county does provide for those maintenance costs. They were federally built with 100% federal funding, but from the time they were built to now, we provide all the maintenance. The county does.
How did they design this little network of watersheds? I mean, did somebody just come in and say that's what we need, and so they went about the business of building all of them?
Yeah, basically what she was talking about, it was a PL 566 program that the federal government offered. And they're telling counties, they're saying, look, we'll come in, we'll build you some ponds for flood control, and it's free to you. All you got to do is maintain it for the life of it, or in well, forever, basically, unless it was decommissioned for whatever reason. But as long as that pond's there, we're responsible for maintaining it.
The whole purpose is flooding, though, just to
The whole
control
purpose is
flooding.
flood control. Some counties jumped on this. This federal funding, and some did not. So there's only a handful of counties in the state that actually have these flood control structures, and we are the one that have the most. We, Stokes
have the
County,
most?
have the
The
most
state?
in the whole state.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, they first started out in the Town Fork Creek area, and these are the larger ones. I mean, they're the ones that are 30, 40, 50 acre ponds, or
Yeah.
lakes, if you want to call them. But then they started researching, I think the funding for those, they started looking at, well, let's look at smaller structures so that, mainly to get more bang for your buck. And as far as where they positioned them, they just looked at the contour of the land and tried to put them in places that gave the most flood protection. But also, too, the landowners all donated these easements. They donated the land free to the county to build these. Of course, they're getting a benefit of
Having the pond.
having it there. And they are in control. No trespassing or anything like that. They're in total control. We do have the easement just for, we can go there anytime we need to just to monitor things, the situation, everything. And then you were talking about who provides the maintenance. We contract that out. So it's a 3-year contract.
Okay.
And that gentleman, he does the mowing and weed eating, and he removes any debris that's caused during flooding and things like that, because you should see some of these risers after some of these storms. I mean, some of these big risers have logs all on top of them. They're sticking out from them. He has to get our John boat and go out there and pull them out, sometimes cut them up and pull them out in chunks. We go out and assess that after large storm events, and we also pick up debris. We'll take the truck out, and we'll just, what we can handle, we'll get it up and out of there, because you don't want any of that stuff laying and then the grass getting so high that he's damaging his equipment whenever, it's time for him. He mows twice a year. So, but anyways, yeah.
We just
have
have
the
that
most in
one
the
John
county.
boat to do all that stuff.
I'm sorry.
Just have that one John boat to do all that still.
Yeah, I wish we would have brought pictures of this summer. One of the issues we had, we are a jack of all trades. One of the situations we had out there this year, one of the watersheds had beavers on it, and we did not know this. Well, the landowner notified us, and we kept watching it, and we thought, okay, the water's going to recede. Well, the water just kept, it just kept getting higher and higher until it was just a few feet from the top of the dam, probably maybe 8 to 10 feet from the top of the dam. So we realized we have to do something, and the water was so high that we couldn't even see the pipe anymore. So in conjunction with our office, the Forestry Service, Hanging Rock State Park Maintenance provided one of the pumps, but we had, 4 pumps, or was it 5?
I think it was 4. Well, depending on what forestry truck was there that day.
Yeah, we had 4 pumps pumping water, just trying to lower the levels of this. And it took us a week out there, all of us working together. Once we identified where that pipe was, got the water low enough, we got out there in that John boat, Michaela and I, and we had someone help us that came over from the Atkins Soil and Water office, and we just was out there with all kinds of, like the straight hose out there, just trying to pry debris away from this riser, because these beavers had come in and built a dam around the riser, so the water could not flow through and come out the plunge pool, which caused it to continue to rise. So at any rate, we do whatever it takes to maintain these. We have a contractor, but when it comes down to it, we step up and do whatever it takes to make sure that they're maintained and there's no big issues. So, but I'll move on to the next part, which is the consideration for the next annual budget submission. In this next budget request, I'll be asking for an increase in our miscellaneous contractual services line item, and this is mainly just for the watershed maintenance that we have to do, because the price of materials have increased, such as lime, fertilizer, and seed. And
Do y'all take bids on that?
what for the materials?
For the maintenance and upkeep and?
We do. The contracts are every 3 years, so every 3 years we'll take a bid, and that's what we did have one guy. He did them for over 40 years, and then he actually passed away, and But he would submit bids as well. But this year, we got a gentleman, and he came in as a low bid, but he's been doing us a great job. So he's got 1 year under his belt, isn't that right? So he's got 2 more years in his existing contract. But basically, the reason, like I said, for the increase in the request is going to be just the material prices have went up significantly. Fertilizer, you have to call day by day just to see what the price is going to be.
Yeah.
So there's no real way for us to plan for that, and Michaela's going to show you here in just a little bit. We did some soil tests on these dams, and so there are, pretty significant needs coming up. So, and that's the reason I mentioned this in the next section. There is a broader picture. Several of these dams are over 50 years old, so we do see the structures, serious structure issues arising. So in order to prepare for that, we've been looking at other funding opportunities that could offset the county cost in maintaining these. And then at this point, I will turn it back over to Michaela again because she's going to discuss a federal program that we found that may be able to help us out with this a little bit.
Before you start, would you just define what a high hazard dam is exactly?
Yes, we have it defined here. We have we can include a chart too. It helps you. 'Cause it's got
What
the-
page is that on?
Page 8. So we have high, low, and then there's an intermediate in between there. So a high hazard means it could cause a breach of the dam, cause a loss of human life, economic damage. If there's any, we have a lot of these structures that people have been developing the lands. You have houses downstream. You have roads that a lot more people are traveling. So anything like that downstream is what constitutes a change to high hazard.
Okay.
Like I said, not all these, they didn't start as high hazard, but as the years go on with construction and things, they have,
And we let people build below them, the dams? I mean, that got approved?
well, it's not sitting right at the dam, but it's
Okay.
just, even if they put a new bridge in or culvert, in a road,
Mm-hmm.
so it's just, it's not right at the dam, but it's in the vicinity. So, I mean, it can be,
So it will still, if the dam goes, they go.
it's a chance. Yeah, so that's how Department of Environmental Quality, they're the ones that determine that. So they look
Who
at
is?
the Department of Environmental Quality.
Okay. They inspect them and do that?
They're the ones that inspect for safety classifications. They inspect for the structure to see if they think there's any issues we need to be looking at, or and they don't do a full assessment. They just do, they'll come out there and visually.
Okay.
So, but yeah, they are the ones that determine that. But it has here in the chart. There's numbers that they go by of how the number of people, the number of cars that they anticipate traveling in that area. Yeah, it doesn't mean they built right at the bottom of the dam, but it's just there's a lot of water being held back, so they want to make sure that they are they're covering their bases when they.
I just wonder who gets sued if the dam breaks. That's my ultimate question. That's right. Okay.
So, like Janice said, we have been looking at, they have a watershed rehabilitation program, and that's through the USDA, or the Natural Resources Conservation Service, which we use NRCS, what we call NRCS. So this program offers financial and technical assistance to rehabilitate these dams that were constructed through that PL 566 federal program. So the idea is, like I showed before, we have some of them that are sediment is filling into them, but the dam itself, over time these pipes become corroded. You may have some issues. You may have beaver that have damaged something in the past. So with these things, we want to preserve and extend the life of these structures because they do provide a service. So for the safety and performance. So how the program works is there are 3 different phases. Those are application, planning, and implementation phases. So you have to kind of you have to do an assessment to see, what needs to be done. And these assessments are very in-depth. They're done by engineering firms. And those can be 100% reimbursable to the county through this program. Then the next step will be planning, and those are also 100% reimbursable. Design is 100% reimbursable. And then the construction of the repairs or rehabilitation is currently 65% and 35%. So NRCS or federal will pay 65% and they leave 35% to county. In this past January, the North Carolina Association of Soil and Water Conservation Districts did pass a resolution at their annual meeting in James that was requesting that the federal program cover 100% of that construction instead of the 65. So that has not went on to be officially passed by federal, but that was brought up at that meeting. So there is a multi-step process to request, to request these funds or begin the process. And to begin the process, it takes several years to complete this. I mean, these designs are very, they're in depth. It's an engineering firm. You have to get to do them. So
What does that entail? The actual act of bringing them up to a higher rating,
you mean,
safe rating,
well,
the dam itself.
they're never going to be that. I don't think that will ever change because that is based on the people or the structures around it. So
Well, I mean, how did it actually fix a watershed dam that's failing?
yeah, that will all have to be assessed. So if they need to put in new pipes, principal spillways, risers, the gates. So like I said, there's a gate in that riser that controls the water level. So if they need to put in a new gate, so there's a lot of components in there that they can. It depends on the situation. So in some places we've heard of them, doing some alterations to the dam itself, the earthen structure, and then other times it has to do with the different pipes, the riser, and things like that.
I think Duke had to do something, and Duke Energy did something to reinforce their dam at Blues Creek, didn't they, a year or two ago, or 3 or something? Luckily, that ain't us. That's not our business. Their lake, right?
Yeah, that's not ours.
Yeah.
When they repair one like that pipe you showed in the earlier picture, if you got to replace that pipe, they have to do drain the watershed down and then just go through the whole process of putting a new pipe in like that.
You have to drain it down a good ways at least, because like when we did the sediment removal on that structure, the structure had to be drained a considerable amount. I mean, we still kept it safe level for any aquatic life, but it still had to be drained down. So
And there's that pipe that's in a plastic, that heavy duty plastic pipe. Is that what's in most of them, or metal pipe? Metal pipe. It's definitely gonna go out sometime then.
yeah, because I mean, like I said, the PL 566 Act was passed. The law was passed in 1954, so that was when they started, the process, and we got our first one in the 1960s. So it was it's mostly metal. So, yeah, so those will corrode over time. But in order to begin the process to kind of see, with the federal NRCS, is write a letter to them, requesting that, as a sponsor requesting assistance. And then from there on, it kind of moves through the steps that I've outlined there. So it's several. I won't read through all of them, but there are several steps there. But you begin it just by seeing the letter and seeing what they think, and we just start the assessment process. So at this point, they run cameras up them. They do a lot of different.
Okay.
Okay, I'll move on to training and professional development.
Just one last question. What I'm trying to figure out is, do we have any big bills coming for any of these watersheds based on the age of them and the fact they're going to have something done pretty soon, or do we have a lot more time left probably before any big issues come up?
Well, I think we've done a good job maintaining them through the years. I really do. You go out there and you're like, they do look good, but there are issues. There's some erosion next down to the plunge pool areas around the pipes. There's some places, and we spot check them every year, so we notate that. And then we've got some erosion on the front side of the dams, but the issue is the pipes, like what you're talking about. We sat in on a program when they were talking about this watershed rehabilitation, and they said these ponds and lakes built in the 50s and 60s, they are going to have issues. they were going to have them. And years ago, this is back when Tom Smith was here, I know you remember Tom, but we had to run a light up in one of them because it was leaking. And they ended up fixing that minimal costs. But no, we don't foresee it being minimal in the future. These are going to be some big ticket items probably.
Yeah.
And that's the reason we're looking for other funding sources, because there's no way we can handle it on our own
Yeah.
whatsoever. And like she was talking about, the fact that these assessments and all this can be done at 100% reimbursable to the county is great, but the county still has to front the money. But like I said, it is reimbursable. But when you get to that construction, it'll be in the millions. And I'm just going to be frank with you, it'll be in the millions. So we don't feel that 65% is really adequate for them to reimburse us for that, for us to have to front to put up the 35%, just because we've spent years of maintaining these. The county, and I mean, Michaela, when she was talking about the watersheds earlier, and when you get a chance to sit down and just read through the packet, it estimates just what we've kind of spent on just a handful of these. We got 24. How many was that, 5 that you highlighted?
Yes, I got 4 right here. So, like, for example, so the Little Yakin 6, I have $61,200. And then, like, number 4, the really large one, $34,000.
So we've spent quite a bit. So I feel like that we've done our part. You know, we've maintained these, we've kept them up, and we have set aside money to do that every year. So that's the reason that actually our Soil and Water Board presented a resolution at our state association convention in January, asking that we appreciate the program, but we're asking that when you get to the construction phase, that you guys step it up and do 100%.
Yeah.
Now, do we believe they're actually going to do 100%? That's probably negotiable. We hope to at least get it to 90,
25 would be good.
something, yeah. So, but that's the reason we included this part in here, because,
Okay.
this is something that is coming up. I mean, we don't know when, there's no way to tell. That's the reason these assessments are important, so that they can go in there and kind of determine what are some of the issues we're looking at.
Okay.
Some of the smaller ones in Little Yadkin and King, they were built in the 90s. They may be in better shape, other than the fact that they're sediment. All of them have sediment, in the upper ends. So, but there again, we're always looking for funding sources to help the county with those. So, do you have any other questions about that, or?
Don't right now.
Okay, so I'll move on to training and professional development. So we are continually participating in regional and state trainings to improve our program delivery. The North Carolina Division of Soil and Water Conservation offers lots of programs for us to get lots of training opportunities for us to get this needed training. Just since July, this is training that we've attended. Michaela, most of it, because she does the technical end. But cover crops training, grass waterways training, stock trail training, stream crossing training, conservation employees training, which is a week-long training. We have attended several STRAP, the new stream flow rehabilitation program trainings. There's probably been 3 or 4 of them that we've participated in. USDA forms training, and at the end of this month, we're going to Statesville to attend the state cost share training. And I wanted to include that Michaela recently received her nutrient management certification, and she got her notary public certification. That nutrient management certification is a big issue. That's a big deal. That's not a lot of people have that across the state, so we were very proud of her.
Who gave it to you? This university? Or?
I have to go to NC State University to take the class.
Oh, okay.
It's a several day class, spent a week, plus it was hours. I mean, up into 30 plus hours of online tests, and then I had to do tests both in person there at the NC State, and they were all my online classes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that was a great achievement. We were very proud of her. Yeah, like I said, not everybody has somebody on their staff that has that certification. So, as far as personnel issues, we currently have none. We're a 2-person staff, and everything works great for us so far. I mean, there are times we get super busy and we could use somebody part-time to help out, but right now we're doing well with things. But as far as turnover, from 1997 to 2019, it was non-existent. We had about 5 staff members in our department, And I've been there over 25 years, and I worked with the same group of people up until 2019. So, but after 2019, we had somebody retire, and from that point on, we have had a turnover. 3 people have been in that position since then, since 2019. So in a year and a half time span, well, longer than that now, but we've had 3 people in that position. The first 2, very qualified, in fact, exceeded qualifications, but they left for higher salaries and advancement opportunities. And Michaela's been here 2 years. So yeah, in a year and a half, we went through the 2, and then she's picked it up these last 2 years, and she's also, she exceeds our recommended qualifications for the job. So what we would like to see, if there's any way that in order to keep these level of staff, what we would like to see is in order to keep this level of staff, if there's any way we could offer like scheduled increases or steps salary-wise. I mean, especially for somebody that goes over and beyond what their, their job duties are, which is actually what we have right now in our department, so.
Aren't you part of the new pay plan that was approved, 2 years ago or so?
Yeah, it was, but I'll explain that situation to you. When we did that, the gentleman that retired in 2019, he left right before then, and that's when I took over as the director. So the new staff member actually filled out that paperwork that was required to determine what the staff salary would be, and he had not been on the job more than 2 months. So, and it has evolved. So I don't know that it's an adequate. I don't know that it was. It was an increase. It was appreciated, but I don't know that it adequately described what we actually do now, or what she does in this position now, because he hadn't been on the job long enough. And like I said, from the time we went, from several member staff down to 2, we've had to take on a lot more stuff, which is fine, and we don't mind doing that. It's all part of it. But if there was just some way that we could, anybody that does exceed what's required of them in any way, if we could reward them that way, we would appreciate it. And maybe revisit this position at some point, because it has changed quite a bit, and I don't know how well they captured it whenever it was submitted. That
We could even, do like a reclassification study, or possibly what we can do in the immediately or close to, since we're coming into the budget session, would maybe to submit some meet with the manager and look at the where the pay range is from the beginning salary to midpoint, and see if maybe we could do an adjustment in pay on that until we get like a reclassification.
okay.
That office that Dee Dee used to work in, that's not there now, is it?
It is. Dee Dee was a federal staff member, so that's the gentleman I was telling you. Dee Dee was there. She was assigned to Stokes County, so she was here 5 days a week. After she left, they changed the whole program makeup, and they went into they're now on teams. So actually, they changed right before she left. But now we have a person that comes to our county maybe once a week. We're on a team with Yadkin, Stokes, Forsyth, Surrey, and Wilkes. So that's a big area to cover. And
What's the name of that office again?
it's the Natural Resources Conservation Service. We call it NRCS.
Yeah, NRCS, that's what I
Yeah.
thought, yeah, okay.
So, but yeah, the gentleman that we have now, his name is Jim Probst, and he comes once a week to, just to support the federal programs there.
Okay.
So we miss that. We miss not having somebody there full time, because I think it does hurt your program delivery when it's not somebody there. Of course, me and Michaela step in, and we do whatever it takes to continue, for that program to be successful. But there's certain things that they have to do as the federal employee.
Yeah.
We don't have access to. But there again, we all work together to get whatever we can for the landowner. As far, next we'll move on to Forsyth Tech programs. We've worked with the early college at Forsyth Tech quite a bit. We've done conservation programs with them. They've got grants through our North Carolina Association program. And then we've also got a scholarship. It's actually through the Foundation of Soil and Water Conservation. It's for any currently enrolled students that are seeking a degree in any natural resource field. So we pass that information over to them. But other than that, that's pretty much the extent with our involvement. We were just thinking about ways that we could integrate their programs and resources into our current operations, and it's maybe to build more on that agritourism series that they've got going on. We could help out with that just by, giving information to anybody that participates as far as our cost share programs.
Okay, yeah, they got that class going.
Yeah. We've really not been represented in that, and we would be willing to, and we could talk with them about that. But I think some of those people that attend that program would be interested in cost share.
You want you just talk to Sally about it and see what she says.
Yeah, I sure will. So I'll put that down. And then short and long-term goals. Of course, one of our goals will always be just to remain viable and have opportunities to meet the needs of the agricultural community. And then I listed here some of the ways we've done that. We provide relevant, up-to-date, science-based programming. We offer valuable customer service, and then we also seek any additional program funding through grants. And down below that, we've received numerous grants. If you've got a minute, I will just go over a few of them. We received a no-till drill several years ago. It's a value of about $14,000. We got a grant that paid for that in full. We've received 3 Division of Water Resources grants between the years of 2012 to 2023, and that's totaled over $240,000 for stream restoration. We received a $100,000 grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Federation for stream restoration. We've received 4 cycles of EPA Section 319 grant totaling $268,598, and that was for the installation of best management practices along the Dan River corridor. And that was from 2008 to 2023. We're in our last cycle right now. And as we talked about earlier, we've received STRAT programs. We actually received $246,761 to help reduce flooding caused by debris and also to remove sediment from that one watershed structure that Michaela showed you pictures of. And then we also recently submitted an educational and equipment request to the North Carolina Foundation for Soil and Water to be included in one of their grant proposals, and we are asking for a new seed drill, a weed wiper, a drone, a conservation education tent, a rainfall simulator, and a watershed EnviroScape model. We probably won't receive all that, but these are items that we could use in our programs and in our county. And then an important long-term goal is what we've already discussed, is to continue meeting North Carolina dam safety requirements on these aging watersheds. We'd like to, at some point, submit an application to the Watershed Rehabilitation Program just to have these structures assessed, to analyze the integrity of the dams and all the working components to ensure that they remain stable. Like Michaela says, right now, these assessments are 100% reimbursable to the county. And Yadkin County had theirs. They have 14 now. They have 14 now watersheds, and they did this a couple of years ago. They had all theirs assessed, and I think it come out to be around $20,000 per site. I don't know if that would be comparable. I don't know how that would be comparable now. It's been several years, but so we would probably be looking at $500,000, $500,000 just to do all 24 of ours, or we could prioritize based on age or issues. So that's something that we would like to do eventually.
What's a weed wiper? What does that do? How's that work?
I'll let Michaela explain that.
So it's essentially turf-like or carpet-like material on a roller, and then you have a tank on the front of the structure. It's just a frame that has like bicycle-looking wheels almost. They're more heavy-duty than that, but and they power the roller, and so you can you can just hook up to the battery, like on your, like a small tractor or ATV or something. Press a button, and it coats that roller with, preference would be something glyphosate Roundup. It coats that, and then you can adjust the height of that roller, so you can only touch the weeds. So it wipes the weeds, and it kills.
Without putting it on the ground.
Right, so you're saving
Overusing it, yeah.
You're saving a lot of money on your chemicals there, and you're not, spraying things that
Is that something you would use like the no-till drill where people would sign it out? That's a good
We've had a
idea.
lot of interest in it. We've done a lot of consultations on pasture and hay land management. And the common theme is that no one has a way for weed management. They just don't have, the equipment, or they don't have the spray, they can't find anyone. So this is something that could be pulled with a very small piece of equipment, as long as it's got access to a battery hookup. And usually the tank's around 15 gallons, so you can fill up, how much ever you think you can handle. It's a very conservative way to, handle the weeds.
Okay, and the drone is for weed inspection, for watershed inspections, probably.
That plus any cost share practices that we install. So we get, all of our pictures right now are on the ground, but a lot of these, it's especially streams and things that we fence out. It's really neat to see them from in the air, and it gives you a lot better view. You get an entire farm view.
Oh, okay.
We could also do our annual inspections with the drone. There's some sites it's hard to get to. We could go in and take really great detailed pictures of the BMPs that are installed.
Yeah.
Because we do have to inspect at least 5% of those active contracts every year, so.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I'll move on to the top 3 concerns, and again, we're back on watersheds. So I'll turn it over to Michaela again.
Yeah, so we have our top concerns are watersheds. So like we were saying before, out of these 24, 19 of them are considered high hazard by NC Dam Safety. So out of the 24, also 4 of those have passed their life expectancy. So, they're going to they've got some age on them. They're definitely going to probably need something else in the future. We've also been experiencing some issues with muskrats and beaver dams, so that's causing some erosion, some collapsing of areas, and then like the beaver we were talking about before, they went in and stopped up the principal spillway. Other times they may just be, forming them around. They're causing destruction with trees, different things like that. So we are seeing some issues there. Also, the principal spillway inlets and outlets, they're experiencing breakdown from age because we've talked about the pipes. They're made of, they're metal. They're not something that will last forever. So one of the ways that we want to try to prioritize or figure out if something else needs to be done to these dams vegetation-wise is we collected soil samples at our October inspection, and so I have up here on the screen the Little Yakin results, and this is just pH. So we have an entire overview of all the nutrients, but this is just the pH results. And so when you're looking at pH, you have a scale from 0 to 14, and desirably you want that between 6 and 6.5. You can see here I've got the red box there, so that red box represents between 6 and 6.5, and majority of ours are not anywhere close to that. They're in the 4 range and the 5. So we kind of prioritize that way of vegetation-wise, fertilizer, lime, that thing, what we need to be looking for in the future. Because a big part of these dams is, we mow them, but if they don't have the proper vegetation there, that's a big part of their critical area that need to be killed. So that was a definite measurement that we could do that would help us prioritize. I would like to mention too, so on that watershed that we completed the sediment removal, we've been the only one in the state to do that so far. We've been the first in the state to complete that. There were several other counties that had those funds. So, doing that, you kind of learn a little bit as you go, and you see some things that that's along the way. So.
And Michaela's actually given that presentation to the whole northwest part of the county in, when is it? March.
Yep.
Yeah, the second week in March. Soil and water districts get together, the northwest section, and we have a spring meeting, and they've asked her to give that presentation because we are the first to complete a complete watershed repair with that STRAP funds. So,
Okay.
yeah. But there again, that's the main theme today. That's our top concern is the watersheds. Other concerns are just keeping qualified, committed personnel by providing competitive salaries. And then our office space, we are in the old courthouse. It's a historical building. I know there's not a lot that can be done, but us being on the second floor, we're not really handicap accessible. We meet with any landowners that can't make that trek up the steps. We'll meet with them downstairs. We have no problem doing that. We even meet with them, you know, on site on their property if we need to. But that there are some issues there, and I've actually met with the other ag agencies in the county multiple times, and we've just discussed the need to have an ag center where we're all housed together, and it would be us, Extension, Forestry, any federal partners like NRCS or the Farm Service Agency. We would all be able to be together, so we'd be like a one-stop for the landowner, the farmer that's coming to look for assistance. You know, that's several departments, and I know you need a pretty large area, but in the future planning, you guys I know are planning for the future and stuff like that, and looking at our buildings, so we just kind of want to throw that in there. You know, we appreciate our office space. We have we have a good area on the second floor. Very pleased with that as far as square footage and all, but it is an aging building, and like I said, it has its...
Without the access, yeah.
Yeah, it does. So, and then last, our overtime budget and comp time, we don't really have an issue with that. The only overtime or comp time that we get is when we have to attend late night meetings or trainings, like the Voluntary Ag District Board, we have to meet with them. I think usually it's about 6 to 8. So there's several evening meetings that we have to attend to. And of course, I don't get any comp time, but Michaela, and then any training that she attends that goes on past hours, or if it's something that we have to travel to, that you've got an hour drive or 2 hour drive just to get to and get back, and it'll be like a day training. So that's usually the only time we work within our regular business hours to get everything else done.
Okay, good.
That's all I have.
Have any questions for us? Otherwise, I'll see if we have some for you. Okay. Okay, Ronnie, you want to start? You have any questions or comments?
Not really any questions, but I do want just to make a few comments. This one here is probably one of the ones that came up with pretty much. That's why I don't have any questions. Good to hear your voice again, Janice.
You too.
Hope you've been doing okay.
I have, thank you. I hope you are as well.
Natalie is doing well.
Yes, she is.
Good. We hosted, when I was principal at North Stokes High School, we hosted the Farmer Appreciation event. In my 7 years as principal there, we hosted it 5 years. Had huge turnouts at North Stokes. The farmers really turned out. I think South Stokes hosted it twice, but they didn't seem to have quite the turnout that we did at North. So I'm going to all of you conservation farm family. When you recognize farm family, and teacher, I don't know if all the commissioners realize, but they have a very strong educational program with our students in the county. They do classroom and community presentations. They have a poster and essay contest. And like I said, they do a conservation teacher of the year. And so it's a lot more to it than just maintaining the 24 watersheds that we have in the county. A lot of people think that the agricultural farms, watersheds, and everything else that they do, and they go out into the agriculture areas. As I said, I grew up on a farm, know a lot about this, and but I just think a lot of people probably don't realize how much they get involved in education, and they have cooperative programs with the Cooperative Extension Service. And it's just a lot of things. My wife finished up her career. She worked the last 10 years in USDA, which is downstairs in the, where the Board of Education is. They have a room downstairs there. But Rick, just to be honest, I know this one pretty much inside out, and I don't have any questions really.
Okay.
Just want to say to Janice and Michaela, continued success, and
Okay, thank you.
Sounds good. Thanks, Ronnie. Sonia, comments,
In
questions?
the essence of time, I'm not going to ask any questions, so we can start when we're supposed to with EMS. But I really appreciate it. It was a very good presentation, and I learned a lot. Thank you.
Anything?
Same deal. Very good.
Yeah, it was a great presentation. I don't have any questions either because the presentation was so good. So,
Very thorough.
Brad, you got comments, questions?
Yeah, just, it was excellent presentation, and I learned a lot, because sometimes it's not really. Biggest question I usually get from people, what does that soil and water conservation group do? And I said, well, blah, 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 but this is really good. If you would just, and I'm sure you do, but just to be official about it, to make sure that someone is scouring for grants, any type of, grants, and even if there's some matches, if you can, make sure can notify the manager when you do your budget preparation, so, we can encumber some money, if you would apply for a grant and then get the grant, then we'd have the match right there. I get a little bit worried about, because the way our luck will probably run is everything will start going bad at one time with all the dams.
And we're building houses close together, I guess.
So, but if you just keep an eye on that, I'd appreciate it.
Well, and that's one question I guess I do have. Do you guys want us to write that letter requesting to be considered for the assessments? Or do you want us just to hold off? Or you want to sit on it a little bit? Or you just give me guidance on how to pursue that. We would have to, it's a national program, so we would have to submit this request, and I think it goes to Texas. And then, we're put in the hat with all the other states. So it could be some time before we would hear anything back, and then it's a competitive process too. So I just really was wanting some guidance if you want us to pursue it, if you want to think about it, or you just tell me what you'd like for us to do.
Yeah, we'll do
Talk
that.
about that and decide that later.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll talk about that and give you some
And
specific.
if you need any other information about
Back on
it, just let me know, and I'll be glad to forward it over to Shannon.
Okay.
Or, however you guys want it.
Okay, we'll definitely follow up with you on that.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for your time.
I'm going to have to leave right at 5. I've got clients, so.
I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee, and then while they're coming up, y'all come on up if you're ready. Anybody else need a drink or anything?
If you're going, I'm going.
What goes in has to
Keep
come
rolling.
out.
I forgot to go.
Are we ready? Mm-hmm. All right. First of all, I want to thank all of you for taking the opportunity to meet all the department heads. I think it's a great idea because there's a lot of different counties in this department, and I think it's great for all of you to know what everybody does. So thank you for your time. So we put together everything that you'd put in the template to discuss today. I'll go through and tell you what our department does. We're celebrating 49 years of excellent pre-hospital care for the citizens and visitors of Stokes County. We're seeing an increase in call volume and demand for services like every other department. I see this organization continuing to grow and expand services, offering quality treatment with advanced technology. Currently, we provide ALS pre-hospital care to over 44,000 citizens, as well as thousands of visitors that come to Stokes County. Our current model consists of 6 paramedic units, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, placed throughout the county. We have 1 unit in Danbury, 1 in Lawsonville, 2 in Walnut Cove, 2 units in King, or we call it Pinnacle, but it's actually King now. 1 QRV, which is a quick response vehicle. It is staffed by the shift supervisor. They're stationed at Danbury at our main office. They try to fill in any gaps of coverage throughout the county, as other trucks are gone. Have an operation manager / training officer. This is Renee. She's with me today. She has the capability to fill in as a QRV. Also, her truck's equipped with everything that the supervisor truck has, and she fills in as a supervisor if we do have a call in or something. She'll fill in till we find coverage with a part-time person. We also added the community paramedic program in late 2019. It's starting to grow, get bigger. We have 2 of them Monday through Friday from 8 to 5. They do a lot of the opiate response stuff. They try to make contact with everyone within 72 hours of an overdose to offer them help, get them any resources they need. Also, they take referrals from the EMS crews, fire department, sheriff's department, health department, Life Bright, any other hospitals. They will check on anybody in the county that needs help, maybe with medications, paperwork getting filled out for Medicare, or getting Social Security. They just do a variety of things, help people get wheelchair ramps put in at their homes, work with a lot of faith-based community to help that be done. And also, we have a franchise agreement with Lifestar Emergency Services, which is up for renewal this December. They handle all of our convalescent transports to and from doctor's offices. They do back us up as a routine 911 service. If we have a routine call and they're available, they get dispatched to it. And they're here Monday through, or 7 days a week, 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. Here lately, they're very short-staffed. He's about 10 trucks down a day. We don't get that truck every day, but he is managing to handle all the doctor's appointments where we're not tying up an advanced life support truck to take someone to the doctor or do a discharge from a facility. So our department consists of myself, Emergency Services Director, and I look over EMS. And also I'm overseeing the Emergency Management Department. So I wear 2 hats. Renee wears 2 hats. She's the Operation Manager and the Training Officer. And we have 3 shift supervisors, 1 for each shift. They work 24 hours, all 48. There's 36 full-time paramedics, 2 community paramedics, and 31 part-time EMS employees. And myself and Renee work 8:30 to 5, Monday through Friday.
Regular shift, right?
Yeah. And our treatment protocols, they align with the most advanced pre-hospital technologies being utilized throughout the state. We use evidence-based protocols from our medical director, Dr. Darrell Nelson. We're a leader in North Carolina in advanced pre-hospital care. For example, Stokes is one among the first counties in the United States to add pre-hospital whole blood administration. A lot of other services are carrying packed red blood cells. We actually carry whole blood. It's a lot better outcome. So we're one of the few counties in North Carolina besides your critical care transport trucks from like Air Care, UNC Chapel Hill, the hospital-based critical care trucks to have a ventilator or BiPAP capabilities. So it's very rarely seen in pre-hospital care. It's the most invasive relief for those in respiratory distress without putting them on a ventilator. We've had huge success with that. We've had them, I believe we got that on the CARES money, and it's been a great tool we've added to the truck, especially for the citizens. I believe the crews really like it. It has helped a lot in patient care as far as respiratory distress. And, our county is a little different. We our average transport times is 30 minutes to 60 minutes. That's a long time. If someone's critically ill, we do transport to 13 different hospitals. Basically, if a hospital in another county touches our county, we'll transport there. So we go to Greensboro, Rockingham, Forsyth, Surrey, even Martinsville, Life Bright here in Danbury. So we're very fortunate right now. Other counties around us are struggling for employees. You know, there's a national shortage of paramedics. A lot of service around us are paramedic EMT on each truck. That's great. It does save you a little money, but with a transport time of 30 to 60 minutes, it's really nice to have 2 paramedics on the truck if somebody's critically ill. So that's where I think we stand out and really our goal is to keep it 2 paramedics on every ambulance, if all possible. And right now, that's how we're staffed at. Been very fortunate. Last year we responded to 11,319 calls for service. We attended 42 public education events throughout the county. That includes teaching CPR classes, career fairs at high school, stop the bleed training, etc. We try to do all we can with the community. The community paramedics have been great to help set that up. It's just hard for me and her to do everything. They help out a lot with doing that. You know, I've listed my roles here. You know, I'm overseeing the emergency medical services in accordance with federal, state, and local regulations, monitoring performance of administrative staff members, maintaining public relations for the department, managing any concerns from the public, prepares the departmental budget, oversees control expenditures, work with other healthcare professionals to coordinate emergency response effort, maintain our SOGs, any updates as needed, review incident reports, see if we see any trends, something we need to work on to make it safer for our crews. Like 4-wheel drive, for instance, we got a lot of new employees. We started yesterday making sure they know how to engage the 4-wheel drive and lock the hubs in. Just little things like that gets brought to our attention we may not see, but we work to start addressing them. You know, I review equipment failures. I've come to you before about ambulances. I'm also a member of the Accident Review Committee, Safety Committee. I respond to emergency calls where I'm needed. Also handle the DEA registry for our controlled substance, which it flows good, but there is a lot to that paperwork to keep the controlled substance we carry. I handle all the personnel action forms for employees' longevity, FMLA, and here lately I've been handling a lot of press releases, for instance, from news media. That's really been a lot this past week. Emergency management, as far as the roles from it, I respond to incidents both large, small, that's not your everyday occurrence. Searches Moortop Park, Blues Lake drowning, assist other counties. When they have an out of ordinary occurrence, any fire department or public safety in the county, if they need a special resource, request, something like that, I can reach out to neighboring counties as a mutual aid or state resources. Range specialty training, we just received a large grant. We got drones, and the ROV is a remote operated vehicle. This is basically an underwater drone to do search and recovery at Blues Lake. I've been doing a lot of that. We just received all the equipment. I have to attend the EM forums and conferences to maintain my associate emergency manager certificate. Do a lot of writing grants for specialty equipment for the county. We've been very fortunate since been the emergency services director since late 2018 of the equipment we've received. To maintain shelter locations, ensuring all of our agreements are in place. Right now we have plenty of schools we can use as shelter. We have 2 locations. We have generator backup if we need something. And we've utilized them. We've moved the equipment more to them to have them set up ready to go if we needed them. But we've only opened 2 shelters since I've been EMS director. And that was due to a lot of snow we had. I think the 22-inch snow we had a few years ago. Maintain the county's emergency operation plan and updating it. That's That's this book here. 2004 is when it was done. Here's the new one that we got a grant for that's being updated now. This is the rough draft. So that should be done early this spring, because that's something that's really been needing to be done. And we did get a grant whenever all the COVID stuff happened. So that's being done by Crisis Focus Companies, is the name of their company. Okay, as far as Renee, she fills the role of me if I'm out of the office or sick or on vacation. She oversees the daily operations. She collaborates with the on-duty supervisor. If an employee must leave during a shift, she will cover the supervisor spot, and the supervisor will cover the truck. We try not to shut down any ambulances unless we have to, and until we can get a part-time person and or either a full-time person, whoever can come in to cover the rest of the shift. She handles any disciplinary actions needed for any of the shifts. She does all the personnel action forms for new employees. She's our infection control officer. She maintains all health and vaccination records, respiratory evaluation for our fit testing we have to do yearly. She maintains all the records for exposures. She works closely with the hospitals on every time we have an exposure to follow up with the source patient and our employee. She ensures we follow policies, procedures, rules, regulations such as HIPAA. Quality management, she has quality control with ESO instant tickets. That's our patient care report system we do online. And she tries to follow up, make sure employees are following the protocols within their scope of practice, and see if she sees any deficiencies that we need to bring up at a continuing education class. And she responds also to emergency calls as needed. And as the training officer, she works closely with the North Carolina Office CMS for yearly protocol updates, submissions, system plan changes or updates, and maintains the North Carolina OEMS Continuum website for the agency. Protocol updates are pretty extensive. We just went through one, submitted it. These are our protocols. That's what every paramedic has to know. All this is basically from our medical director. I just want y'all to see it's a lot to remember, so they put a lot of time into knowing that and studying. A lot of them are really good. Every shift they'll pick one protocol. Everybody at the station will review it because it is a lot to remember. I'll just be honest. It's a lot, and advanced as it keeps getting, it just keeps being more and more. So she also handles all employee applications. Me and her both do that. Most of the time, me and her both try to sit on interviews. She's always there. We try to pull people in that's working that day on a truck. So we have field staff sitting in an interview and a community paramedic, myself, Renee. That way we can give them the scenario and then the interview panel questions. She coordinates all new orientation for all new employees. She does orientation. Depends on their experience level. They could range anywhere from 3 days in the office to 5 days. Then they ride 12 hours on each ambulance until the crews they're working with, check them off. They have a sheet they go by and make sure they're good to be cleared, what we call second person, to work with another paramedic or EMT. She maintains training records for 70 plus employees. She has to recertify all them through the state, make sure they have their continuing education hours. How many hours is it every 4 years now? 120 for a paramedic. Yeah. And so she's scheduled our quarterly training for the department, her and the medical director. And we do on every Con Ed, we call it, every quarter they have a written protocol test. It's on so many protocols. And once a year we have a scope of knowledge test, what our medical director calls it. And it's basically everything out of this book. And it's not it's all fill in the blank. He don't like multiple choice. So, I mean, really everybody's doing great with it. They're studying them. I'm proud of our employees. Also she coordinates with oral boards with our medical director. Everybody has to go through an oral board before they're considered to be a solo paramedic where they can work with EMT or anyone by themselves that's not the same qualification. And she maintains our online training. We have new training software added to our ESO that we've been using for years. It's just another leg of it. It's called EMS One Academy, and we're using it now. It keeps up with the training records a lot better. And our supervisor, he's on duty, or he or she's on duty every day, 24 hours. They take care of their shift. They work on the schedule, finds replacements as necessary. They'll fill in on units. They carry the whole blood. That's the only unit we have the whole blood on, is on that supervisor truck. It has a refrigerator on it, and we have to swap it out with Baptist Hospital or Atrium, Wake Forest Baptist Health, every 1 week to 2 weeks. Depends on the date on it. And there's no charge for that. The blood bank's working with us, because most times we get blood, they're going to that hospital anyway. So we get the newest blood because we're out rural, because they use blood every day, so we take it back in time. It's not being wasted is what I'm trying to say. It's turned back in. They respond to a lot of the very emergent calls, all cardiac arrest, motor vehicle accidents with entrapments. If the crew needs help, if it's a bad call, anything like that, they're going. They do checks and schedule equipment maintenance for both equipment and the fleet. They do transport in their vehicle all medical examiner cases that's unnatural deaths within the field. They take all the supplies every Friday to the stations or through the week as needed. We got them reading tickets. They have certain days each week they go back and read tickets to do the quality management. Because you run in so many calls, it's hard for one person to read them. So the medical director has a day, Renee has a day, and all 3 supervisors. And the community paramedics read all the refusal tickets. And basically the on-duty supervisor, they provide the medical oversight for all the crews working that day. The community paramedic, like I was saying earlier, they keep the paramedic program going. They use social and medical support services with primary goal of decreasing 911 utilization for non-emergent purposes. If we have we call it a frequent flyer list. If we have greater than 3 calls in 30 days, they reach out to them to make sure, are you getting everything you need? We have run into certain issues where, they didn't really need an ambulance, they needed something else. And, a lot of people go to the emergency room thinking they're going to get certain things, but it's stuff they can handle outside of the emergency room to try to relieve the strain of the 911 system. They also have to keep up their paramedic skills. They have ALS equipment in their vehicle. They respond to calls as needed also. So they do all the public education stuff I was talking about. So as far as high-level thoughts, put a lot of thought into this. I'd like to address some of the things in our department. I'd like to make it more proficient. Can't do them all, I understand that, but we went ahead and listed everything that would really help this department. Administration, we used to have an assistant director here in 2012, I believe. Director retired, assistant director moved up, and it went from funded to unfunded. I'd like to see that position brought back. An EMS compliance officer, assistant to the training officer would be great. Somebody that focuses every day on the quality management, quality assurance of every call we run, to make sure we're not, it's like a risk management thing too, to make sure everybody's doing what they need to be doing, nothing slips through the crack, and to make everyone in the service better, Office manager, administrative aide would be nice. I'd spoke back in April of 22, we talked about the quick response vehicle at Francisco Fire Department. You guys, some of you are new now, but it was approved to use with part-time people. The fire department had to put a window in. That window just got finished putting in a week and a half ago. So it's finally here and done. So I go after the meet with you guys with the board of the directors, not for them to sign the contract. Shannon's already signed it. So starting as soon as we can, we're going to try to staff a paramedic in Francisco, because that's our longest response time in the county. And something else, just a high-level thought, incentive pay for working holidays for EMS, Sheriff's Department, and Communications. Most of the time I'm at home. Everyone that works for the county's at home, except Sheriff's Department, Communications, and EMS. You know, we could all come together, maybe come up with a plan. That's our hardest time to find coverage too, if someone wants off. I mean, it's about near impossible to find anybody that can work. But maybe some kind of bonus for the holidays. I'd like to see AVL on all EMS units. That needs to be done. It was approved in the budget years ago, but never happened from what I was told. It helps our telecommunicators out. It helps everyone out. It basically picks the closest ambulance to that call. There's no questioning, because everybody who works on Stokes County ambulance don't live in Stokes County no more. They may not know where this road is, and they may be close to it and don't realize it. So I'd really like to see that done. And another thing, I don't want to step on no toes or anything, but as far as an IT person, I really think public safety needs their own IT person, but they still fall under Diane and David, so I want to make that clear. But they would be dedicated to the EMS, Sheriff's Department, E911, and the Fire Marshal's office. I don't have enough work for them to keep them busy Monday through Friday, but I think between all four departments, we do. And because we have a lot of stuff that works with LifeNet, our heart monitors hooked to the internet. If you're having a heart attack, we go ahead and press a button in your house or in the ambulance that sends the EKG to the doctor in the ER. We activate the cath lab. They go bypass the ER and go straight to the cath lab. I think Ronnie's familiar with that. So, but that's, you know, whenever that goes down, David has to stop what he's doing. And I'm not saying it's never, they always take care of us. They always keep that stuff up and going. And we don't have a lot of problems out of it. But there is some, you know, little issues, computer and stuff. But I feel like if there's any way we could add that to, you know, to help, not just EMS, it's for everybody in public safety. The only issues with adding more office positions is our office space. We're done. We're full where we are. That would be the biggest challenge for our office. Some of you's been there. We're pretty maxed out where we are. And regarding the QRV, I just told you about that. We got somewhere to house it. We got a contract. Sandy Ridge Fire Department reached out right after that meeting. They told me they were sending a letter to you guys saying they would totally support putting something at Sandy Ridge Fire Department. That's great. Great location for it. And the fire chief at Stokes Rockingham at Pine Hall Fire Department, he reached out about the community building they've just acquired. That's a great location also. So he wants to meet sometime this month to kind of show it. I know it ain't something we can do right now, but he wanted to make sure it would just be a good place. It's absolutely a good place. And I can show you, there's a map in a little bit I can show you why that is such a good place. Other budget items this year, a Stryker ALS 360 lease. Stryker's the company we buy our heart monitors, stretchers, our Lucas CPR devices, and our AEDs. Currently, our stretchers are, Rick was here, I think, whenever we bought them, the power loads. Well, they're good for like 7 to 8 years, so we're getting to that time frame. They say you really need to replace them. They're very expensive. Heart monitors are $40,000. Stretchers are about $35,000. They have this lease program that is a 10-year lease. And what I did last year, me and Shannon talked about last year, we weren't quite ready to, I don't want to trade in good equipment till we get our use out of it, because we paid, you know, we bought it. But this year we're going to start seeing a lot of stretchers. Heart monitors is one of them things. They may come out with something new and say you got 2 years left on yours. We bought them. We do lease 3 heart monitors now. There's a 5-year lease. If we switch to this and all the on-site AEDs in the county, like all the government buildings, I priced all that last year. It was like $320,000 a year for 10 years. Okay, that's a lot of money, but we was adding brand new equipment. At 5-year mark, they come in and take all your equipment and give you new. No questions asked, or unless newer technology comes out, they replace what you have. So in 5 years, you're guaranteed a refresh. So in my personal opinion, with that medical equipment like that, I think we should lease it so it's always up to date. You trade it out. because that's something that's continuing. We always have to upgrade the heart monitors, the stretchers. I know Davie County started doing it, Surrey County's doing it, Yakin, I think they done it last year. So that is an option. Like I said, that was last year. And we can look at them numbers. We don't have to do every Lucas device because we don't use our CPR machines every day. So we might could take them out to get the cost down. I had 2 or 3 options. Like doing everything was 300 and some, and it come down to like 274. Ambulance replacement, I think you guys, from where we've done the letter of intents, I think that's going to get us through this budget without requesting an ambulance. Because like I said, hopefully they'll start filtering in some this year, I hope. They have done the letter of intent and ordered them, but like I said, hopefully they'll be here as soon as we can get them. I would hold off on that. I don't think we need to add another one to the budget until next year. The QRV and equipment, it's kind of twofold. We could get another QRV and equipment for the vehicle. As far as equipment for the vehicle, right now, our spare set of gear, we call it Unit 7 gear. If we had to put on extra truck, we have a extra set. And if a heart monitor goes down until the lady can get here and ship us one, because they usually ship us a loaner overnight or whatever with our service contract, we could have, the supervisor vehicle's got 170,000 miles on it. The box on it is a 2010 or 11. It's been remounted on a 19 chassis. So it's been remounted once. It's a Redding work box, starting to show its age. The floor, we had to have the floor reinforced with the stretchers in it. I'd say the grade of aluminum. We did go with aluminum so it would never rust, and lighter weight for better fuel consumption back in 2011. And that box, I'd like to leave it on that chassis to make it a spare. Right now when they get serviced, the truck we're going to use at Francisco would be the truck they normally swapped into, and they don't really have, you can transport in it, the medical examiner case, it's on slide-out tray, don't have a stretcher. It's not the best way to transport. So I like to keep that truck as a spare, so whenever they swap, they still have stretcher capabilities to transport. And them vehicles, I looked at one, I know Surrey County had done one. They actually had the box built where they build our ambulances. It's a lot better aluminum. I think we could remount it numerous times because it's not used as much as ambulance. But you would have the opportunity there to purchase one through them. The only thing with that being said, I've talked to other people, there is other options. We could get on GovDeals and find a rescue body that someone's selling, and they could remanufacture, refurb it at Northwestern where we buy our ambulances and reduce the cost a lot. Piper's Gap in Virginia does that. And they're saving a lot of money in their trucks. I've actually looked at some whenever we pick the ambulances up, and that may be an option too. Something else I think we need to go ahead and address. I know we did the ribbon cutting down at the new station at Wanaco. We all discussed, they're not going to get any slower. We probably need to be looking at the future of adding another truck. I really think this year we need to, in the budget, I need to get an architect to look at the ambulance station in King. We have a third bay already at the station, but we need to add on to it as far as sleeping quarters and the supply rooms in the third bay. It would need to come out and go into the new addition. I think we need to be adding on to that, or maybe looking at another area to be adding a 7th truck here real soon because King's getting busier. They're building more, which y'all know all the construction going on over there. The call volume's increasing over there. And we would have to add another lease vehicle for the assistant director if we was to add that position. They would need a vehicle and the equipment, but a lot of the high cost equipment would be covered in the lease with Stryker as far as heart monitor and stuff like that. Something else I want to put in the budget this year is a career ladder for our service. That's really something we're lacking. In our service, I believe, basically you come here as a paramedic, you got a supervisor, training officer, and director. I'd like to have a career ladder for these guys and girls that work here where they could, work their way up from a field training officer and get compensated for it. And an assistant supervisor, right now, the people that fill in for our supervisor when they're off, they get no compensation. And they have a lot of responsibilities that day when they're covering. And our paramedic, I'd like to call it a paramedic 1, 2, and 3. A paramedic 1 would be your entry level, right out of school paramedic. A paramedic 2 would get so much % increase for receiving their solo medic status where they can work with EMT or by themselves. And our paramedic 3 would be someone that's a solo medic and their RSI cleared. RSI is rapid sequence intubation, where if you're struggling to breathe or you need an airway, if you've been burned or if you've been, you're really struggling to breathe, we can paralyze you like an anesthesiologist and put a tube down and put you on a ventilator. That's pretty, there's a lot of extra training our medical director does. It's a separate oral boards. Now it's a new airway book out. There's 12 chapters. You get tested on each chapter. It's very hard there's a lot goes into that to achieve it, and it's a big responsibility when you go to, taking someone's airway. Not like, I don't know what kind of percentage we could do to offset them. New office would be great. That's a bunch of money. Or find another adequate space in the county. Don't really know, where we could kind of go with that. Increase our fee schedule. It hadn't been increased since 2015. So I've already been in tax office working on all that. We're pretty in line. There's a couple we need to raise because we're the Medicare allowable. We're losing a little money there, so we're definitely Shelley and Richard and all of them looking at that. And then I got them Surrey County, Yadkin County, Davie, Forsyth, Rockingham. They got all their rates. We're going to try to compare. I'm gonna let you talk about training.
Okay. He's talked a little while, so let me talk. So with our training, it would be really good if we had a training facility.
Talk toward that microphone if you would. The other one, that one down there. This one doesn't, I forgot to tell you, this one doesn't work.
That's all right.
There you go.
So with our training facility, we don't have anywhere that we use other than, we use the fire department, Sauratown Fire Department. We use them because we do quarterly training, which is 8 hours. We go from 9 to 5. Every shift does their training. At our office, we have just a small room. It's kind of set up. It's just like an office. We do some of our on-duty training there. But that's, it's only capable of holding maybe 3 or 4 people inside there. So with that, with training, we definitely need like a facility, like a location. Let's see.
The succession planning, that's kind of next, some of the questions, that was,
Yeah.
we do that with the paramedics on shift that are cleared to RSI and their solo medics. We try to get them a day or two in the office working with the supervisor to learn their job and how they do it. So that's done. Like I said, there's no compensation for the days they fill in. And, really, as far as the administrative jobs, I share everything with the supervisors, Renee, because anything can happen to me when I leave here tonight, 2 weeks from now. But I feel comfortable if I died tonight, they would pick right up where we left off and, going to be doing the job. So, that's just one of them things. We all work together to do everything we do at our office. As far as professional development, we go to, conferences. The supervisors, they were all going to the Charlotte Management Institute back before COVID. Everybody had been currently, right before COVID, wanted to start back. All that happened. We want to start sending them again next year because those 2 supervisors, they need to go to it. Because the changes in our office, we had a retirement, then where I moved up, and it's a very good class. It's about 6 months. It's like 1 week out of, or like a Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, once a week. A little pricey, not too bad. It is something we used to budget for and do. also want to get a North Carolina EMS Officer 1 class in the county. Renee's been talking to the instructor of that. We're going to try to run that through for Forsyth Tech. We're trying to get them to do it on a flip-flop schedule. A flip-flop schedule is where they do it 2 different days, so people working 24 hours can go. Right now, it's hard to send everybody to one class because we can't get a whole shift off. Turnover rate in 2019 was 34%, 2020, 16%, 2021, 14%, and 2022, 28%. And it's starting to climb back up. We've had some leave to go. The cath labs at Baptist and Forsyth are hiring paramedics now and paying them very well. So we just lost one this 2 weeks ago. That's where he's going. And there's a big difference in pay, you know, $16 to $34 an hour. So you can't blame somebody for bettering themselves. Forsyth Tech campus, currently we don't use the Meadows campus. We use the campus at King for the specialized training with the training tower, stuff like that. We're getting ready to use it the next quarter. Continuing education, we call it EMS Olympics, where we use the tower. You go up each level and do certain, you might do CPR station here, tourniquets or whatever. Something else with training we started back December. We did some active shooter training with the Sheriff's Department. We're trying to implement that in probably like a year and a half process. We worked with the emergency management, worked with the Sheriff's Office on one training. This quarter we're currently in, we're doing, including EMS and the Sheriff's Department in January, February, March. Then the next time we're going to try to include, probably start getting fire departments and not do a full-scale exercise. That's what we're working up to.
To gradually make it bigger.
To gradually make it bigger because, we got a lot of new people that hadn't had the training. And with today's society, we need to all prepare. That is something hard to prepare for if it happens. But we're preparing for it and ready for something like that if it ever did happen. And hopefully after the end of it, we're wanting to bring it all together and do a full exercise with that. So that's currently being done now, and there's going to be another part we're wanting to include the school system. The reunification part is going to be a disaster too. That's a big ordeal trying to, come up with them plans, to get everyone back with their loved ones. So short and long-term goals. Short-term goals going to be starting this QRV in Francisco using part-time personnel. Like I said, the window just got in. It took that long. So we're going to try to make this work. It's going to be hard to find part-timers work that many days. And really, right now, we have part-timers at work. We have 31. We just hired 5 new ones. They're still doing orientation, completing their ride time. They love to work whenever they want to work. They schedule it out. But, we have, COVID hit us hard, call in sick, FMLA, people's having babies. It's hard to find the coverage, and we have had to shut the Unit 6 truck down some in the last, especially around Christmas. We just couldn't find the people, but we maintained 5 trucks. We didn't have any negative effects from that. But it does really increase the workload on everyone whenever that does happen. So really, if the 3 people, if we could, ideal would be 3 to 6. I call them like overhiring. You have them, they're full-time. If everybody's here this day, you put on 2 QRVs. You cover Sandy Ridge, Francisco, be ideal, be great. If somebody's out, you pull one. I don't like to start something and then lose that service that day, but it's better than what we're providing now. So, if we could do 65 days up there is better than, no days as far as a quick response vehicle. I think for the future, we just need to be moving that way to better serve because the call volume is going to increase. I put in there hire more part-time. We currently got 5 in orientation now. And long-term goals will be a new EMS office, adding a quick response vehicle, and adding a 7th ambulance. That's stuff we're going to have to do. The only problem with adding 1 QRV, that's just 3 full-time people. If you add 2 QRVs, it's 6 full-time people. If you add 6 people, we can put on another ambulance. That's the only, the downfall. Does the call volume say we need an ambulance in Francisco, Sandy Ridge? Probably not compared to the other part of the county. If you look in your map, or in your booklet, this map here, that's called a heat map. All the little dots is every call we run in 2022. So you, I mean, it kind of shows you where the calls are. So just something good we try to look at. We get this off our CAD, and that's just EMS response. So I mean, you can tell where the call volumes King want to go, but you know, I just want to provide the same service to everybody in the county. It's not about King, it's not about Walnut Cove, it's not about Sandy Ridge, it's everybody. So some issues that keep me awake at night, not having admin staff to be on, I mean, we're on call 24/7. You know, that's one issue. The number one is going to be the safety of my staff when they're on calls. It's not like it was when I started in '98. It's totally different toward first responders, public safety in general. So you know, that does worry me. The calls they go on, and the unknown, the disasters, nursing home fire. You know, evacuating a nursing home, evacuating the hospital, evacuating a school, active shooter. You know, the unknowns. Stuff you don't do every day, and I mean that should be everybody's something, you know, they think about that's in this line of work. Part-time budget, we're budgeted $225. We're currently, as of 12/31, it was $161,357. That number we usually never run out of. We usually take that money to cover overtime for the full-time salaries, because the full-timers are more apt to pick up overtime or work more than most of our part-timers. And that's usually the full-timers will do it because, you know, they're there, they'll stay and cover 12 hours, 8 hours, whatever. Some of them will pick up last minute. And we got several part-timers that do work last minute. A lot of them has a schedule, a lot of them work full-time jobs, and, you know, that's just one of them.
Those amounts remaining or that you've expended?
Remaining.
Remaining, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, the numbers to the right is remaining. All right, now the emergency management part. Y'all want to ask a question about EMS, or?
Just keep going, I think. Or do y'all, is that good?
We can go and we'll come back.
Okay.
Come back.
All right, so emergency management, you know, we do a lot in emergency management. I can't say it's a one-man show. The fire marshal is the assistant EM coordinator in his job description. His office helps tremendously. Renee, a lot of people make all this work. We leverage grants for technology and all hazard approach to assist daily operations of public safety to help the county of Stokes prevent, protect, respond, and recover from major events. We see an increase in call volume in this department as well. Demand for services, same. I see it in the years to come. It's going to grow and expand. Basically, we assist all public safety agencies in the county to help them get the resources they need in a time of disaster, emergency, or whatever. Last year was dispatched to 36 total responses that would actually come through the 911 center. And that, you know, it varies. Hazmat leaks from vehicles, from motor vehicle accidents, searches for missing person, drownings, etc. Other calls for service, you know, that really don't come through the 911 center. You know, the well pumps went out twice in Danbury due to power outages. Stewart called, said, "Hey, can we use your generator?" Took it to him, had it wired up. North Stokes High School graduation, that bad storm had come through. They was having graduation. Southeastern Middle School, we've set it up there. Contractors cut a line going from the school out there, and the cafeteria don't have generator backup. So they wanted to preserve the food and everything. It was going to be several hours. We left it overnight. The message boards, all of you seen them around. They get used all the time. Our Wi-Fi cradle point, we use it multiple instances throughout the county. Forestry Service uses it whenever they have large fires. Pilot and Sauratown Mountain Fire. Forsyth County Emergency Management used it for the Weaver Fire. Rockingham County Emergency Management used it for the incident at Dan River for the people that went missing on the river. Our cone and barricade trailer's been deployed a few times to some events. Some winter storm threats we had, we put in January, we moved all the shelter equipment to the YMCA in King and London Elementary in Walnut Cove. So since July of 2018, as far as everybody helping me with emergency management, we've really increased our equipment and stuff for Stokes County using Homeland Security grants, state grants. We've got a 48-foot mobile command trailer. We had a mobile RV that we used. It was a 80-some model. Usually had to be towed back every time it was used. We got a really nice trailer now. It's 48 foot. We got a Homeland Security grant for a flatbed Ram 5500 diesel truck to pull it. We was blessed with a storage facility that we've got to store stuff in. Multiple event response trailers, cone and barricade trailer. We have 4 drones now in our department. A crew cab Polaris Ranger with a hybrid trailer for our drones. That's all part of a grant we just received. Boat and the remote operated vehicle side scan sonar. We just received, just did training on it in December and already used it at Blues Creek there at Christmas. Great piece of equipment, something we've needed for several years, and we've always relied, on Sherrills Ford Fire Department. They've been great to come up and help. High Point Fire Department. So Charlotte Fire Department's been up here to help with that. So it's just great to have our own piece of equipment to handle that, and we'd like to give back to surrounding counties if they ever need anything. We're in the process of getting a fuel caddy. That was a grant we received that's got to be purchased here soon. A DLX tent, King Fire Department sponsored that through the Dipper Emergency Management Grant. They're in the process of getting that. We've added the Wi-Fi cradle point, and Stop the Bleed kits was emergency management grant, and we give them to all the schools to put in all their high-risk areas in the school, shop classes, stuff like that. Did the training for them, our Sheriff's Office, Public Works, and County Garage. Then the new Stokes County Emergency Operation Plan's in the process right now, and y'all will be seeing it because you guys have to sign off on it and review it. And so some high-level thoughts about this department. I'd like to add maybe a part-time person or two to help with, keeping up with this, all the equipment. We're looking after it now. But there's a lot of work that goes into the emergency management part. It's called a EMPG grant. It's Emergency Management Preparedness Grant. What that is, there's 8 mandatory things I have to do every year, and I've listed them here. It's a lot of, conduct or participate in 3 exercises, 24 hours of training, annual county EOP review, and someone from the state usually comes in that does that. And we receive $21,000 for that, and that $21,000 goes toward my salary. So as far as tax money, $21,000 is coming from a Homeland Security grant out of my salary. Then we do an optional, it's called optional, and we receive that money if we do at least 6 additional. So we always pick. There's a lot to pick from. So we pick them and have to complete all of them, and you receive an additional $18,000 that we use usually to go toward equipment. We can use it to go toward salary. But I was wanting to see if we could start using the $21,000 to go toward maybe a part-time. And we did have $20,000 in there for part-time back in 19, and really never went nowhere with it. And then we took it out of the budget the next year. So I'd like to see that because we got a lot more equipment now than we did then. And, this stuff we've received in this last grant, we can't just train on one time, put it up, and we're good with it. It takes a lot of training. We've got close to 10 now with their Part 107 license for their drones, including myself. So we got a lot of people that has that. We got a few more to test. They got to go take the test. We did host a class with this grant through Forsyth Tech, and sent several people from our county there. So as soon as everybody gets trained, we'll be close to 15, certified pilots licensed to fly drones. So the grant we got was called Capacity Building Competitive Grants. They come out, they said, hey, you need to put in for it. It's available for any county with less than 210,000 population. So we qualified. You could get up to 400,000. We was granted 306,000 and some change to buy all this equipment. And I know most of y'all know about it, or Sonia and Rick does, where we had moved it in the grant. It's a great thing. It's coming out again the end of this month, and I think we're going to put in for it again. And really would like to take and do some updates to the emergency management storage facility, some garage doors, paint, stuff like that. And that's also our CRDP, a central receiving distribution point. If we did have a disaster, that's where everything would be shipped to and go out of. And during COVID, we did use that. That really helped us a lot as far as getting pallets of PPE, because whenever COVID hit, they was wanting you to order this, and I would do one big order for the whole county, bring it back here, and we took it to fire department so they'd come get it. And then we did take every nursing home in the county was going to go to Greensboro Coliseum to get their PPE stuff. And what we did, it was a personal protective equipment push, the state did, and we went and took the county box truck from Stewart, loaded it all up, brought it back here, and we delivered it to each nursing home because, they were taxed out. And I just thought it was something we need to do to help during the COVID time. So at that building with this grant, I'm going to try to get a security fence. We really need security on that building. There's stuff there. And our emergency operations center is located at 911 Communications. A lot going on down there, renovating the building. I'd like to move it out in case we did have to open it up. We've only opened it a couple times since I've been director, and that was due to some hurricane activity. We could open it next week. It's just one of them things we don't know when we would need it. A tornado or something severe come through, we'd need a lot of people at the table. I know Shannon had talked about Autumn Square. Someone had moved out over there. I think it's a great location just from that area where they were leasing. So I'd be willing to look at that place if I don't know what you guys' plans are. I did put in a grant in December for Duke Energy Foundation. Jimmy Flythe had said, hey, we got another grant coming out. We'd used it before to help with our command trailer. And he said, just write me something up. It was a very easy grant this year, and we were awarded, got the check for $25,000, and we could use that toward renovation of the EOC or whatever we need to do over there. If that's an option. The only big cost to moving over there would be the generator. It's got to be generator backup. And that would be something we would have to look at. Would you want to go ahead and generate the whole building or just do that one area? All right, so training, I have to at least 24 hours minimum. There's 2 EM conferences each year, one at the coast, one at Cherokee. There's WebEx meeting once a month with the Area 9 coordinator, which is who I report to for emergency management in this area. We have a meeting every month to go over everything that's going on as far as grants, training. The session plan is done with the fire marshal and his staff. If something happens to me today, they can step right in and take over. And professional development, I'm a member of the North Carolina Emergency Management Association, attend the conferences and do stuff with that. Really no turnover. And we've used Forsyth Tech to host a class. We actually have hosted at Sartown Fire Department. And we have used Forsyth Tech campus at Meadows and West Oaks High School for mass vaccination clinics during COVID. Short term, maybe hire two part-time. really want to get the EM building secured and get a EOC location moved. Long term, just continue to grow this department, securing grants for equipment. And I want to add another shelter location to this side of the county. We can use schools, but if something happens, it's a tornado or something, they're going to go back to school. So we need to be prepared to not be in a school. Red Cross, really, we work with them. They say you really need to lean away from schools because, you know, if it's not affecting that area, they're going to go back to school. So, and then it's going to be hard to have a shelter with school going on. So, but finding that location, that's, you know, it's going to be tough, you know, somewhere big enough if we needed it. And then the unknowns of this job also, you know, any type of disaster relates back to EMS. And part-time, overtime budget, don't have any of that. I'm salary, so I don't have any overtime, and Renee don't either. As far as overtime, the only people who receive overtime is supervisors and EMTs, paramedics. So that's all I have, but something else in your packet, we put an organizational chart. That's everybody that's in our department. And then the map, the little black dots is going to be where the calls have been. And the other part of the package is just a 2022 annual report. A lot of that was in what I've already said. I just wanted you guys to have that so you can see just kind of what we've done in 2022. So.
I do have one question.
Yeah,
I'll
do your
ask before I leave.
questions before you leave, okay.
What you were talking about with the advanced life support, you'd like to see it on all the ambulances. Is that what you were saying?
They all are advanced life support.
What was you saying that was on one ambulance?
Oh, AVL.
Oh, okay.
That's
Tracking system.
yes, automatic vehicle locator.
Okay.
What it is, on the CAD at dispatch, they have a map of our county, and it shows the ambulance moving.
Oh, okay.
It knows where they are, and as soon as they put a call in, it should work like this. As soon as they put a call in, it should tell you which unit to send, the closest unit.
Oh, okay. So all of them need that tracking system so they can be part of that.
That part's not expensive,
Yeah.
but
So
doing
that,
the
you gonna
CAD
put that in this
integration,
budget?
that'd be something Matt has to put in, and I've already spoke to him about it, and
Yeah, I've talked to him about it too, about all the vehicles, not just his, but all the county
Right,
vehicles.
okay.
And now there's another option to do is the Geotab. Glenda had showed it to me. That's an option too, but I don't think it'll integrate with our CAD.
I don't think that's what we're looking for. We need a CAD system.
Yes.
Don't you think, Brad? Yeah.
I'll watch the rest of the meeting and see who,
All right.
what other questions were asked.
Sorry.
I'll backfill you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I got leaving to go out of town tomorrow, so I'll be on the call on Monday. Okay. Me and Ron. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia. Well, I have a couple of quick questions, Brandon. Just you covered about everything, but one thing I'd like for you to be prepared to do is interact with our group that's doing the feasibility study on the hospital.
Okay.
They'll be doing some on-site visits here shortly.
Okay.
And we need to make sure whatever stuff you guys are doing that might affect what we do with the hospital gets, you know, that we discuss that.
Okay.
We'll let you know about that when the
Yeah.
time comes.
Okay.
And the other, the only other question I had was, what'd you say about a community building in Pine Hall?
The community building there at Hickory Fork Road, there where Pine Hall Fire Department substation is.
Mm-hmm.
They, the community building.
Oh, that community building. Okay, I know what
The
you're
fire
talking about.
department they give it to them, or they've
Yeah.
done something. He wanted to see if it was something we could use later, you know, not next week, but in
Yeah,
the future.
that's the folks that said that they didn't have anybody to take care of it, so
Yes.
they'd like to give it to the
Yeah.
county. Yeah, we haven't done anything with that lately, have we?
I think, did that gentleman called you, or you called him back, and I know that.
The fire chief had said they've acquired it. They've turned it over to them.
Well, they already have done that?
Yes, that's what he told me.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's
They
a great
did that
look.
instead of, they were talking about turning it over to us.
We
If
haven't
they,
heard anything else back from
I
him.
think
They
he said
did.
because of the deed. I mean, the fire department was on the property, so they needed to be the ones to take it because
okay.
them people, actually, the fire department property, I may be wrong, but
Mhm.
the fire department's sitting on that property.
Anyway, it's not gonna be a community center now, it's gonna be something else, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know what their plans are
That's
with
the
it.
fire people.
I think they're still wanting to keep it as a community building for the
Are
fire
they?
department. The way he talked,
Okay.
so, but that isn't,
What you were saying is a good location.
it's a great location, you know, we could possibly put something there one day.
Okay, okay.
And that would cover, if you flipped, I need to show you all that so you understand. There's a map in this,
In your report,
yeah, the annual report. What this is the map of the county. Basically, it's a 10-mile service district. Fire departments have like a 6-mile, 5-mile.
yeah.
We did a 10-mile. If you look here where it's white on both sides, it's greater than 10 miles from an EMS station.
Okay,
So, and I mean, you can go by that, but you know, if the truck in Lawsonville gets a call, the truck in Danbury's gonna cover. And we do move trucks around to cover areas in the county to try to keep ambulance close, to cut down response times. And I broke it down also in there. You can see response time by area, zip codes,
yeah, okay.
call volume in that zip code.
All righty. That's all I got. The only question I have for Keith, you got questions or comments?
I'm blown away by each department, including yours. These reports have been awesome. So my hat's off to you. You've done a very good job. I got a couple of curiosity questions. The training in Charlotte, how much does that run? Do you know?
It used to be about 2,500 or a little less.
Plus
Yeah, plus,
expensive.
well, you got that, then room. But now 2,500 may have covered the room.
I doubt it. Have you been to Charlotte lately?
But now that was, you know, before COVID.
And I've heard, when I was on the planning board, a lot of these cell towers we approved, LifeStar, is that working good?
The LifeStar,
Do we have total coverage with that?
you're talking about LifeStar's our,
Yeah, you're talking about the
Private
AT&T
ambulance service.
stuff.
The AT&T stuff. I'm saying.
FirstNet.
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 FirstNet, I'm sorry.
Right now, we use Verizon. They've reached out. We have a first responder plan through Verizon. We have not looked into FirstNet. The only thing we have been looking at with this grant we're in the process of completing is doing Starlink. It's a satellite service. Basically, as long as you hit the sky with a satellite, you'll have Wi-Fi. It's the cradle point we use. It's Verizon driven. There is places in the county, there's places in the county no phone, no phone's gonna pick up.
Our internet expansion thing is gonna have a fixed wireless component as well as fiber that they're starting on.
Okay.
That might help you down a couple of years from now, or a year from
Right.
That's all I got. Good job.
Thank you.
There's a lot to unpack, you know.
There's a lot
So,
going
I
on.
won't go through every little thing, so I'm just kind of hit some highlights. First of all, y'all do an excellent job. And I appreciate that, and I like the vision, because you gotta constantly want to get better.
Right.
What I would suggest is we can't, especially in your area of expertise, you need, as the leader of the organization, you can't be, and I don't want to call it mundane, because I mean it all has a purpose basically for documentation, but I don't need you sitting at the computer punching payroll or try to figure out, who's going to cover what shift, or we're just wasting your time on looking at the big picture. I don't need the training officer, to be operations and everything else in the middle is a fill-in.
Right.
I mean, things happen to where, yeah, everybody should step up and be able to slide in and, and cover something. But as for a job description, what's going to happen is is a mistake's going to happen. And because you're going to be overwhelmed, you're going to be tired, there'll be a level of frustration. I've been there, so I know that. And there is no way that I could have operated efficiently if I had to do everything that y'all do. There's no way. And so what I'll suggest to you is give us some immediate action. That the first thing, in my opinion, the first thing needs to happen is we got to give you two some relief. In other words, we got to find a way, and I know it's going to be bodies, but that's something, that we need to work through. Suggestion-wise, I think it'd be very important for you to get like an office manager person in your area, that even if they go in between the emergency services side of you and the emergency management side, and even to take a load off training too, with the computer work and the documentation and everything, and then we got to get another body. You pick whatever you want to do, but you need a full-time training officer.
Right.
I mean, that to me, if I was in your shoes, because let's be real. You've got liability. We can sit here and we can say, that, hey, we can't do this, we can't do that, we can't do that. And then when the mistake comes, when you go into court and try to point fingers, well, none of us will be here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So look at it that way. To me, those are the first two. To me, now you do your job. So if you want to pick a different level of poison to go by, I'm good with that. That's you. But I'm just saying, I would think that would give you quick, immediate relief in her, and it would give me a peace of mind at home. Where I wake up in the middle of the night, because I come down and got a tour of your place about a month ago, and it's horrible.
Yeah.
It's not set up to be any type of EMS or emergency service. Emergency management. It's just not. And so we got to work. Again, that's not an immediate thing.
Right.
The immediate thing is I got to get you guys help. And so, but you're going to have to start working on, what the job description will be, how much it's going to cost, and then, of course, where they would go, in the office environment. But I think we can work that out some way.
And I do have some ideas. It'd be a closed session, I guess, for the personnel.
Yeah. And then the only other suggestion I have, and I got a lot more comments to say, but we could go on for the next 3 hours, but we all got other stuff to do. But
I'll only do 2.
I'm leaving in 10 minutes.
But will you please take a look at, I just glanced at your part-time roster. That's insane. That's just insane. So take a look at your roster, because there's built in it ain't gonna pop out at you when you're looking at your overall compensation sheet for the budget, but just with the fact of just workman's comp that we're paying for all those employees.
Right.
That's the money out of that whole list of people. And I appreciate, just like the volunteer fire department, I love the volunteer fire department.
Right.
And so, but in order to help, I think that you kind of quantify the part-time people that are really gonna, that do the work.
Right.
And then plus that takes a load off y'all of
We try to
managing.
require them to work 24 hours a pay period.
Yeah.
'Cause there's time there.
Yeah. So it's just, and my suggestion would be And then the ones that maybe, you know, are just, they just don't quite have time to really actively participate, you know, maybe we create a volunteer program. And they be a volunteer like the volunteer fire departments. Yeah, you know, for assigned to y'all. And we would need that, and we can use that. But the one thing that I learned in a hard way, and when it hits you smack in the face, you'll know, and then you say, "Man, this is stupid. I gotta look at this." Is that you get overwhelmed with people that, you know, want to do good, and that's great. But as paid employees, it puts responsibility on y'all to manage them. You still assume all the liability, and then all the documentation that goes with it. And so instead of trying to please everybody else, you got to look at the mission, and you can say, hey, look, we need to pare this down and then go forward, you know, from there. And then next is we just need to make sure that we maintain our full-time employees. I'd rather spend that extra money that you can save in that time that you'll save, not trying to manage the people that don't do a lot of work. And we appreciate them, but I'm looking at the overall mission for Stokes County, and then take that and put it towards, we need to, you know, if it's more pay we need for the full-time paramedics, and you know, and including even part-time paramedics, the ones that are coming out and working and stuff, let's pay them. Let's give them whatever benefits that we can. Concentrate on them. Don't try to be nice guy and say, you know, hey, come on. And you don't have the staff really to do what you're doing now, and the clock's ticking. It would just be a matter of time before someone makes a mistake. When someone makes a mistake, I mean, there's consequences. I mean, we just can't say, well, they're busy.
Right.
But I wouldn't sleep well at night knowing what y'all are going through. You need some help. And those would be my but if you have different ideas, you run the place, but you own it.
Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah, I know.
that's all I got for right now.
Okay, Ronnie, you got any comments or questions?
I do, Mr. Chairman. And Brad, I promise we're not gonna be here 3 more hours. Brandon, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to just combine all of what I have to ask you into one question. As I look at, your information package you set out, and you have like, the number of employees we have in the department, on positions you'd like to consider. And you start out with assistant director, EMS compliance officer, officer manager, et cetera. And then I go to other budget items, and you start out with the striker, ALS 360 lead, ambulance replacement, QRV vehicle, et cetera. And then as you go on down, I look at your issues that are keeping you awake at night. And then I look at emergency management. You got the generators that have gone out, et cetera. Or Stokes doing graduation. So I guess what I'm asking, I'm just going to ask one question. All of these that you have down here, do you have these in priority order? In other words, like on your first one where you said the number of employees we have in the department, here are some positions we'd like to consider. Are they prioritized? Like you have the first one as the assistant director, and you go down the line, 3 to 6 paramedic positions. Are those prioritized by you, or is that just, are you saying you need them all, or do you have them in priority order?
They're not technically in priority order. It's just kind of going from top to bottom. I'd want to look at that list to really come up, because I do have some other ideas that may could save some of that and reduce the cost. So I definitely want to get back with you on prioritize that order. That's probably the best answer.
Yeah, I understand, and I probably understand more than any of the commissioners, the importance of, having these, items taken care of. I certainly understand, and I just wanna make sure, that you, I guess all I wanna know was your position, your number one position you want, are you saying that's your assistant director, is it your EMS compliance officer, is it your office manager, is it 3 to 6 paramedic positions, incentive pay, et cetera? Are those one through whatever, or are those just compiled in a group like that?
They're mostly compiled in a group. I think if we did a closed session, we may could rearrange and talk about personnel things and maybe come up with a better solution.
Okay. Well, Brandon, that's fine with me, and I know the, work you put in, and, I just want you to know I appreciate you, and I appreciate everything you do,
Thank you.
and that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thanks, as we all do.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to, I want to make a statement because a lot of my employees are probably watching. But I just want to say to all my employees, Renee, the shift supervisors, if it wasn't for all of them, I couldn't do this. I got a great group of employees behind me, and I greatly appreciate it from the bottom of my heart because there's a lot going on, and I can count on any of them. Pick up the phone, they're there. But I do want to tell my staff I greatly appreciate everything they do. They're the ones going out there, running the calls, taking care of the patients. I'm just trying to get them the best equipment, compensation, and stuff that they can do their job. I appreciate you guys taking time to listen to everybody and everything past boards and current boards done for our department. And Shannon and Amber for all the assistance they give me whenever we need it. And do appreciate it.
Because every time I'm talking to you on the weekends, my husband says he does not make enough money for what he does. We're talking about whatever's going on at the moment.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
And we appreciate all of them too. We also appreciate Dr. Nelson, the leadership he gives us.
He's been great too.
He's got to be the best medical director in the state.
We're blessed.
All right, anything else, guys? Okay, we will recess until what date, Amber?
February 6th on Monday.
Until Monday, February 6th at 9 a.m. Is that our last session, other than a closed session? or-
Added
Other
on,
than the 13th, yeah.
you added on Eddie McGee Arts.
Oh, 13th, yeah, then Eddie, okay.
You know what, on the 13th, don't we have a meeting in the morning?
Yeah, we got to talk to Amber about changing that. I was supposed to have already done that with you, but I hadn't done it yet, so. Well, I was going to tell you, we need to do that when we leave today, so.
You already sent out that.
I know. They're rescheduling that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, we need to finish up with Eddie and do what we need to do and reschedule that other meeting. We can do it at a different time.
All right, thank y'all.
Okay, thank y'all, and are we are.
I'll make a motion to recess until Monday, February 6th at 9 a.m. in the morning.
Second.
On favor, say aye. We're in recess.